Chicago University of Pakistan. He spoke on phytomedia selenium nanoparticles for the improvement of Sesamum indicum under induced biologic stress. And the day was finished after 3-4 as the feedback. So, without taking much time, we are going to move on the last day. I will introduce to you all our first speaker of the day, Dr. Avdesh Kumar Srivastava, who is working as assistant professor at covering the main Dulala PG College in Mumbai in Chhattisgarh. He has organized educational and educational seminars. He has 3 books at his credit. He is a key researcher and 5 students have submitted PhD under his supervision. He has taken research projects in CGC and he has a fellowship of SC and FISPG. He got the award by AKS University and Indian Journal of Science Society in 2019 in an international conference. He is a state president for Microbiology Society. He has 36 years of experience in the academy and the field of education and research. So, without taking much time, I will request Dr. Srivastava to start his keynote address, and I will request Sheila, please kindly start with the slides. सर, हम आपकी स्लाइड फिर से प्ले कर रहे हैं और आप वहां से अपना डेलीगेशन देख सकते हैं। हमने आपको पूर्ण दोस्तों का काम किया है। Please unmute yourself. सर, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। अभिनंदन, आप पहली बार हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं और हम ऐसा मानते हैं कि आप हमारे साथ जुड़े रहेंगे। खुश है, राष्ट्रीय उल्लास से आपको Dr. A.K. Srivastava. अभी Dr. A.K. Srivastava. सर, आप अपने आप को अनम्यूट करिए प्लीज। डॉक्टर श्रीवास्तव, फिर डॉक्टर श्रीवास्तव। डॉक्टर श्रीवास्तव सुन पा रहे हैं आप हमको? नहीं हो रहा ठीक है दिखाई इसलिए अद्भुत भी करता है अच्छी तरह बात नहीं हमारे यहाँ ठीक है डॉक्टर वहां उनको बता दीजिए कहाँ से करना है तो समझा एक बार डिस्कस सर वो अपना टेक्निकल असिस्टेंस प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं प्लीज आप लोग आप लैपटॉप पे हो कि मोबाइल पर हो? तो सर there is a mic symbol on the bottom. Sir, click that symbol. You can communicate with your
Mm. May I audible?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Yes, sir,
Am I,
we can hear you
am,
very well. डॉक्टर छत्ता आपका स्वागत है आपका अभिनंदन अलवर से
am I
और
audible to all of you?
यस
Hello?
यस यू आर ऑडिबल यू आर विजिबल सर आपकी स्लाइड्स हम यहाँ से रन कर रहे हैं जब आप नेक्स्ट बोलेंगे तो हम स्लाइड बदल देंगे सर आप हमको सुन पा रहे हैं डॉक्टर छत्ता आपको मैं सुन पा रहा
ठीक है मैम. Okay.
हूँ प्लीज रन द स्लाइड्स पुट ऑन द फर्स्ट
Good morning to everyone. Hello.
डॉक्टर श्रीवास्तव आपकी आवाज फिर से
Good
यस
morning, everyone. Yes. Very warm welcome to all of you in International Short-Term Training Program, which was conducted from 9th, and perhaps today is the last day. And this is my great privilege to say something about my own research work that was carried on cyanobacteria that was very relevant to the topic which you have selected, that is biodiversity and environmental conservation. So, uh, next, please. Government Raj Rishi College, very unknown, very much known to me, and principal sir, organizing secretary, my friend Lakshmi, everyone is almost familiar with me. That's why this is my great privilege to say warm welcome and namaskar to all of you, and including various person who has also joined with us. About 18%, 118% I have seen they have joined. So being a small worker, I want to focus on my work. So next, please. Next slide, please. Uh, since ninth, we are hearing much more about biodiversity. What is biodiversity? Because we can see that biodiversity is nothing. It is a different kind of life, whatever present around our area. It may include variety of the animals, variety of the plants, fungi, even microorganisms like bacteria that make up our natural world, and each of these species organized work together to form an ecosystem, because we have studied that ecosystem is nothing, it is an unit area in which living and non-living are working together. And since small drop of the water since a small drop of the water to the our biggest planet, biosphere, blue planet, everything is considered as one of the part of the ecosystem or a whole ecosystem or different life form. Next, please. Biodiversity is nothing. Next slide, please. Yes, yes. Thank you. It is a biological diversity or diversity of all the living being and their interaction. On this basis, if some species are being extinct, new species may evolve. So scientists have divided this diversity into three categories: species diversity, genetic diversity, and ecosystem diversity. And all of you, as a person of biology, we are familiar that wherever there is inbreeding, they are considered as a species, and when inbreeding is being lost, that is breeding among themselves, they create new species that may be of various cause, and isolation and formation of a species is also very interesting one. And genetic diversity, if there is we are very familiar that COVID-19, which has created this type of online programs. And recently, a new virus has also been introduced, which is creating havoc among all of us. So, genetic diversity, their variation, and ecosystem diversity, these are the three major type of biodiversity. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes. As I have told you that a small water droplet, they contain so many tiny molecules of life also, like some bacteria, some fungus, they may be unicellular, the cyanobacteria. So natural world around us and the variety of all the different kind of organism, the plant, the animal, the insect, whatever they may be, from this small droplet to dense forest to total our biosphere, which is illustrated in the last figure, the includes the biodiversity. So I think since ninth we are hearing much more about biodiversity. So biodiversity is not very new for all of us. Next slide, please. He's the person, Edward O. Wilson. He was American scientist, and he is regarded as father of biodiversity. Now, question arises why biodiversity is important. In Wikipedia, we have studied that there are 5 reasons which make biodiversity as important, which is illustrated in next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Hello. Yes, the 5 reasons to protect biodiversity, because biodiversity protect against climatic change. Healthy ecosystem mitigate climate change. Uh, Climate change is a very burning topic for almost all the ecologists. Global warming threatening to the countries which are reside near the seashore, and biodiversity also ensures food security not for the human, rather entire trophic level of the ecosystem, primary consumers, secondary consumer, top consumers, everyone get their food security by the help of biodiversity. If you think about food chain, food web, so this is much more about food security, and it also fight against the diseases, the immunity the biodiversity provide them, and biodiversity support communities. And what is the difference between communities and ecosystem? uh, Species is collection of one type of individual, rather various individuals if collected together they forms communities. And biodiversity also yields so much economic benefit. So they are the different types of benefits or reason why biodiversity should be conserved. And in next slide we can see that the biodiversity is divided into 3 major type of groups. Next slide, please. Yes, this is the photograph which is present in 11th, 12th book of NCRT, alpha diversity, beta diversity, gamma diversity. And in this diagram, we can see that the small patches, whatever you are considering on a species diversity, that is each forest land, if we considering on a small pond, a small field, whatever it may be, say you may call them as alpha diversity, whatever diversity is there. So in smallest form, alpha diversity form may be formed at several places. And what is the difference between two alpha is regarded as beta diversity. And if you think about the total landscape, they may be regarded as gamma diversity. So alpha diversity, beta diversity, and gamma diversity. They are the 3 major types of diversities. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes. Now I'm confining to my topic. What is the problem? Why we are collected together? We are forming this international program. The problem is the present world population is about 7.2 millions, 7.2 billions. and it may crosses 9.6 billion by the end of 2050. That means we are increasing them by half of the population. So, in order to provide food security to all the people, the annual production of cereal may need to jump about 50%. So, if population bomb is cracking, we need more land, more agricultural crop. So we have an enormous target that put enormous pressure on agriculture sector to achieve this food security. रोटी कपड़ा मकान और रोटी की जरूरत हमें सबसे पहले पड़ेगी, तो फूड सिक्योरिटी की बातें हमें करनी पड़ेगी. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. अगर पॉपुलेशन बॉम्ब हो रही है, फूड सिक्योरिटी की बात आएगी, तो we have to bring more and more land under cultivation. लेकिन हो क्या रहा है? The forest is now converted into jungle of the concrete. Deforestation हो रही है, urbanization हो रही है, modernization हो रही है. So we have to enhance the productivity of the cultivable land available. जो भी हमारे पास है उसमें प्रोडक्शन हमें बढ़ानी पड़ेगी. इसके लिए हमें दो तरह की टारगेट आएंगी. नंबर वन, we have a distinct dream to light the limited land on growing population. और दूसरी बात आ रही है कि हमें सॉइल की फर्टिलिटी, एग्रीकल्चर प्रोडक्टिविटी, किसी भी तरह से बेटर इको फ्रेंडली मैनेजमेंट टूल्स से हमें फूड की सिक्योरिटी को बढ़ाना पड़ेगा. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. लेकिन आज की तारीख में करंट जो एग्रीकल्चर प्रैक्टिसेस जो है वह ऑर्गेनिक ना होके सिंथेटिक फर्टिलाइजर्स, पेस्टिसाइड, intensive tillage, over irrigation. So this raises environmental and health problem, which include deterioration of soil fertility. तो जनाब, एक बार आप सॉइल फर्टिलिटी की बढ़ाने की बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन दूसरे हाथ हम न जाने कितने पेस्टिसाइड, हर्बिसाइड, फर्टिलाइजर्स को हम यूज कर रहे हैं. तो हमारे पास अल्टीमेटली सीन बेहतर न हो के बदतर होती चली जा रही है. और इसकी रेमेडी के लिए हमारे पास एक छोटा सा सॉल्यूशन है जो मैं आप सबको सजेस्ट करना चाह रहा था, जो हमारे नेक्स्ट स्लाइड में रिवील हो रहा है. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज सर. यस, द साइनोबैक्टीरिया एक रेमेडी है, क्योंकि हमारी जो टॉपिक है बायोडाइवर्सिटी एंड इन्वायरमेंटल प्रोटेक्शन की हम बात कर रहे हैं, तो साइनोबैक्टीरिया को हम सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट में क्यों लें? बिकॉज इट कैन फिक्स एटमॉस्फेरिक नाइट्रोजन. हमारे जितने बंधु आज यहाँ एकत्रित हैं सभी जानते हैं कि नाइट्रोजन के बीच की जो ट्रिपल बॉन्ड होती है, दे आर वेरी टफ टू ब्रेक, क्योंकि वो ट्राई एजाइड जो बॉन्ड होती हैं, ये प्लांट में एटमॉस्फेयर में सबसे ज्यादा उपलब्ध होके भी एटमॉस्फेयर से प्लांट इसे डायरेक्टली ले नहीं पाता है. दे आर टेकिंग देम इन द फॉर्म ऑफ नाइट्रेट और नाइट्राइट, and usually they take them in the form of nitrate, NO3. तो नाइट्रोजन को ऑक्सीडाइज करने के लिए पहले ट्रिपल बॉन्ड उनकी तोड़नी पड़ेंगी, और अगर हम तोड़ नहीं पा रहे हैं तो हम फर्टिलाइजर्स के लिए हम दिन पर दिन केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर्स की ओर मूव कर रहे हैं. एंड दे नीड्स एनॉर्मस एनर्जी. सो फॉसिल फ्यूल भी हमारी उतनी यूज हो रही है, पॉल्यूशन भी उतनी हो रही है, कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड भी उतना ही रिलीज हो रहा है. सो हमें बेनिफिट से ज्यादा नुकसान हो जा रही है. इसलिए सस्टेनेबल फार्मिंग की बात आती है, इंटीग्रेटेड पेस्ट मैनेजमेंट की बात आती है. तो नाइट्रोजन फिक्सेशन करने वाला एक एजेंट, क्योंकि जिसके पास इंडोजिनस इनबिल्ड हेट्रोसिस्ट में नाइट्रोजनेज एंजाइम है जो इनको ब्रेक करता है, एंड दे आल्सो डिकम्पोजेस ऑर्गेनिक वेस्ट एंड रेसिड्यूज. और कई बार तो ये डिटॉक्सिफाई कर देते हैं हैवी मेटल्स, माइना माटा, इटाई, बहुत सारे कैडमियम, लेड आदि से हम लोग पॉल्यूशन पे पड़ते हैं. तो हैवी मेटल कंटामिनेशन, पेस्टिसाइड को रिमूव करना और बहुत सारे अदर जेनोबायोटिक्स को भी ये डिटॉक्सिफाई करते हैं। दे ऑल्सो कैटेलाइजेज न्यूट्रिएंट साइक्लिंग, जो न्यूट्रिएंट हमारी रिसाइकलिंग होती है उनमें भी इनका बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल है। और मैं आपसे ये भी बताना चाहूंगा कि कई पैथोजेनिक माइक्रो ऑर्गेनिज्म, क्योंकि हमारा जो सेकंड माइक्रो रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट था जिसमें हमने प्लांट ग्रोथ प्रमोटिंग राइजोबिक्टीरिया को यूज किया था, उसमें हम लोगों ने देखा था कि कई ऐसे पैथोजेनिक जो डिजीजेस हमारे हेल्थ क्रॉप में होते हैं, एग्रीकल्चर लैंड में होते हैं, वो इनके यूज करने से खत्म हो जाते हैं। दे आर वर्किंग एज हाइपर पैरासाइट ऑन देम, रादर दे आर नॉट परमिटिंग टू ग्रो permit growth of other harmful microorganisms. They also produces some bioactive compound such as vitamins, hormones, auxin, cytophore, and some enzymes also being contributed for the better development of the plant. Uh, they improve soil quality, plant growth, और इतना ही नहीं, क्योंकि इनके मिनिमाइज हम क्रॉप प्रोडक्शन के लिए, हम गुड क्रॉप मैनेजमेंट के लिए क्रॉप रोटेशन, यूज ऑफ ऑर्गेनिक मैन्योर हम लोग यूज कर रहे हैं, और इसके अलावा मिनिमम टिलेज हम कर रहे हैं। तो ये सारी चीजों को देने के लिए हमारे पास जो एजेंट है, दे आर द साइनोबैक्टीरिया। इसलिए मैंने इस लाइन को लिखा, साइनोबैक्टीरिया इन सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट मैनेजमेंट, क्योंकि वी कैनॉट स्टॉप द डेवलपमेंट, वी कैनॉट स्टॉप मॉडर्नाइजेशन, but simultaneously those tools, those organism, those cyanobacteria which are present for our help should be implemented in the field. And why they are responsible for sustainable management, that is illustrated in our next slide, please. Because cyanobacteria has several unique features. Next slide, please. Please go to the next slide. Hello. Please go to next slide, please. Yes. We have jumped one more, sir. We have jumped one more. Please come. Yes, yes. Yes, next, please. Next, next. Yes, yes, yes. What are the unique feature of the cyanobacteria? Uh, as far the unique feature of cyanobacteria is concerned, we know that the ubiquitous presence is about 2.6 billion years ago, where our Earth was formed before 4.5 billion years back. So I'm deadly sure that the first creature on this earth was the cyanobacteria. They were regarded as conservators, and they are present since that time till today, and they will be survive even in coming future. That's why we can say that the cyanobacteria are the most successful organism on this earth. That's why they have a very why they are very interesting, because they have a very short generation within lab, on the soil, even on the culture media, or even on water and soil. We have cultivated the cyanobacteria, and they shows their extreme climatic condition, so they have a very short generation time. And it is very interesting that when earth was formed, at that time earth was anoxygenic, and they were considered as the organism which are oxygenic photosynthetic prevailing organism. They can produce oxygen. They have a very high biomass. I think all of you are familiar with this in your paddy fields. There is a mat-like structure. Whenever water is being filled in the field, I mean rice field, there is a mat-like structure which are formed on just above the soil. They are nothing. They are the cyanobacteria, and they have capacity to fix nitrogen. And because the most abundant gas is the nitrogen, but by biological or by physical, we have only two methodology to fix them. And they are very effective biofertilizer, and they can grow on non-arable land. And it is very interesting that I will tell you that I have collected cyanobacteria from pond, from pasture land, and from the rice field, and everywhere I have received this. And very interesting that Fog and Subramaniam, they are the person of the South India, and they are collecting the cyanobacteria from the basic soil. But in Chhattisgarh, we have isolated on acidic soil. Um, s- uh, yes, yes, yes. Then so they have a they can provide benefit to the agriculture ecosystem because they enhance the solubilization of mobility of the nutrient in of limited supply, like phosphate solubilization, iron uptake, cytophore. So these are the very important features. They complexing the heavy metal and xenobiotics to limit their mobility and transport in plant. Our paper has been published where Nasdaq Muscorum is responsible for taking cadmium and lead-like metal by them. A mineralization of simple organic molecules such as amino acids, and they also protect the plants from pathogenic insects, and they can be considered as biocontrol agent. And they also stimulate the plant growth by their promoting attribute like production of several type of hormones, and also in they improve the physiochemical condition of the soil. Next slide, please. I was just telling you that when the earth was formed and the first life was created by the conservators of cyanobacteria, and they are present since that time to this time. Several time life was, removed from the earth, but they are still present. So they can tide over very extreme climatic condition. And just I have told you, they are growing on acidic soil, basic soil, neutral soil. They have growing on very high temperature, very low temperature. They are tolerable of heavy metal contamination, and it has been noticed that cyanobacteria induces soil aggregation and water permeability. That's why they are enhancing the productivity of the soil by repairing the soil condition. Uh, and Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan and few part of the Madhya Pradesh still has no such type of land. That's why the cyanobacteria can be considered as they are converter of Usar land to fertile land. Uh, yes, perhaps slide is not visible. Yes, yes. Thank you. So cyanobacteria also increases water holding capacity, aeration, etc. Next slide, please. So they are considered as the repairer of the soil. Uh, Now coming to my research work, in India, a very lovely state, Chhattisgarh, and Chhattisgarh is known as bowl of rice. And from the you can see in the fourth slide, we can see the paddy field has certain cyanobacteria type of mats, and we have isolated this mat and bring them into laboratory, and by the help of glass beads, we have cracked them and culturing on different type of media. Next slide, please. Uh, because we have divided this into several survey zone, and they are considered in the square kilometer and latitude, longitude, etc. Because rigorous 2 3 years I have gone to different part of the our district, and we have collected this material, and see there is a very great biodiversity of the cyanobacteria. Next slide, please. They are ranging from unicellular to colonial to filamentous. They may be nitrogen fixer, they may be non-nitrogen fixer. Again, a question arises for newly joined persons, the new research workers. Sir, how can we identify nitrogen fixer with non-nitrogen fixer? So the idea behind it is we are cultivating them on nutrient and not providing nitrogen supplement in the culture media. And those which were dying, that means they are not the organism which convert nitrogen into nitrogenous compound, and those which were surviving without nitrogen supply because they are fixing atmospheric nitrogen. In this way we have isolated nitrogen fixing and non-nitrogen fixing strains. Next slide, next please. Yes, see, these are the different 48 type of strain which were collected from different zones. I have told you that I have divided the total district into 10 parts. From every part, we have given serial number. 1 to 48 serial number was given to each organism. 1 to 48 serial number were given to each individual, and the slide is not visible. Yes, yes. So they are the different 12 months from where we have collected, and the rigorous work of 2 years. Next, please. Next slide, please. Yes, next slide, please. This is the distribution of throughout the year, their diversity. And in next slide, yes, next, please. Next, please. Yes, yes. You can see that they are growing on soil, they are growing on water, and they are the different six type of culture media, and different organisms shows supplemented with nitrate and non-supplemented with nitrate, and those which are supplemented with nitrate, and if they are surviving that much, they are the non-nitrogen fixer, and who are non-unsupplemented or non-supplemented with nitrate, and they are surviving because for the life, enzymes are required, and enzymes are basically made up of protein. Proteins are the polymers of amino acid, and amino acid is the one of the nitrogen is one of the important part for them. That's why perhaps they were not surviving, and those which were surviving were known as nitrogen fixer. In this way, we have isolated nitrogen fixer and non-nitrogen fixer. And it is very interesting to say you that all the nitrogen fixer or organism, they have a very important, beautiful structure that is known as heterocyst. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes, they are the different organism uh, which were isolated from our this 48 species were isolated from different part of the Chhattisgarh. And in each slide, we can see about eight representatives are there. Sir, please go in fast way so we can complete it in very limited time. Yes, next slide, sir. Please move. Yes, next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Perhaps due to internet problem, the slides are not showing. Yes, next, please, sir. Next slide, sir. Next, please. Next, please. Next. Okay. Please stop, sir. Please stop. Uh, I was just saying that they have a very specialized structure, and they were known as uh, heterocyst. And this heterocyst is a peculiar structure. Why? Because it is different from vegetative cell. Because vegetative cell were responsible for photosynthesis, and heterocyst were responsible for nitrogen fixation. And a kinete is the third important structure. They are responsible for their vegetative reproduction. So see this small division of flavor, the biodiversity even in the body part can be seen even in cyanobacteria. Next slide, please. This uh, division of flavor, and we can very easily isolate, we can usually differentiate the heterocyst structure. They are responsible for conversion of nitrogen into ammonia and nitrate like substance, but another, the vegetative cell, are absorbing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and go for the photosynthesis and also releases carbon dioxide. So a kinete is the third structure. So a question arises. It is very interesting question for all the microbiologists, all the botanists, how the nitrogenase enzyme and why is located within the cyanobacteria and few strains of the bacteria and few fungus only. Because nitrogenase, as we all are familiar, that very oxyphobic one. What is oxyphobic? They are fearing with the oxygen. So whenever oxygen is given to them, they becomes neutralized. That's why in leguminous plant they are present in the form of leg hemoglobin. So here heterocyst has a double layered wall, and they protect these nitrogenase from the damage caused by the oxygen. That's why those cells just, I mean, you can say that the vegetative cell are producing oxygen, but they are not coming to these heterocysts. So this is very interesting one. Next, so why they can be considered as our environmental protectant? Because cyanobacteria as a biofertilizer, and several repeated rigorous reports are there which are considered them as biofertilizer. As per my state, Chhattisgarh is concerned, this is known as bowl of rice. Several variety of the rice is being cultivated here in agriculture college. About 122 different strains of the cyanobacteria is also preserved in NBPG National Bureau of Plant Genetic Research. That's why uh, we have a variety of the cyanobacteria, and peoples of Chhattisgarh are usually cultivating only one crop, that is the rice. And these cyanobacteria which are present in the field, and they are uh, the farmers are treating them, the paddy fields are being treated by the fertilizer, by the pesticide, and these innocent cyanobacteria are very much affected by them. And that was, we have seen in my research work that cyanobacteria are being, heterocyst structure is being destroyed, the filament get fragmented due to heavy dose of the fertilizers. That's why we have to protect these cyanobacteria by such type of external agents. But as per the Great List is concerned, they are biofertilizer. Next slide, please. Yes, these are the different diagrams which shows that how they are protecting the soil. Next, please. Next slide, please. Yes, organic phosphate. A plant never take direct phosphorus from the plant, but after solubilizing them into phosphate and other type of, so either they break them, uh, calcium hydroxide plus phosphate, and whenever this phosphate is available, the phosphate molecule is being taken by the plant, and these are the assumptions that the phosphoric, some organic compound are treated on calcium phosphate, and they provide phosphate to the plant, and the enzymes which are responsible for this is cyanobacteria and all different type of other pgpr, that is plant growth promoting rhizobacteria. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes, same thing. Next, please. I was telling that they are the biological control. So we have different type of results, that whenever there is a disease of antibacterial, antifungal, anti-algal, antiviral, cyanobacteria make them, they all removes them by secreting perhaps some type of polypeptides, amides, alkaloid, fatty acids, indoles, lipoprotein peptides. And it is reported that Nostoc muscorum, a very important organism, Nostoc muscorum, our teacher Basam Pansar of Banaras Hindu University has done tremendous work on this, and they are antifungal. So damping of Pythium dibarianum is being removed due to action of Nostoc muscorum. A very lovely work has been published in international journal by the sir and our team. Next slide, please. Uh, I have told you regarding our discussion that the water holding capacity, the pH, the influx of the potassium ion, sodium ion are being also affected by the cyanobacteria. So they are considered as they can reclamation of the soil affected soil. And the tremendous work of the Subramaniam sir, Fox sir had been carried in Tamil Nadu regarding this work. Next slide, please. Yes, bioremediation. Uh, as per the pollution is concerned, if they are being removed by the help of biological nature, biological agent, biological agent, whatever you say, so the process is bioremediators, a bioremediation. And why cyanobacteria is very important agent, and what is the advantage of this cyanobacteria? Because they are photoautotropic. So in spite of producing any other harmful gas, they produce oxygen. And if you take the water, mineral water or drinking water, it is written that ozonized water. So whenever oxygen is produced, if condition is not anaerobic, ultimately the thing becomes very interesting one. The pollution or oxygen demand is being decreased. And the next is they can fix atmospheric nitrogen into nitrogenous compound. So biological nitrogen fixation is one of the another wonderful achievement. So undoubtedly, we can say that cyanobacteria may be used in as bioremediation. Next slide, please, sir. Hello. Next, please. In this way, we can say that cyanobacteria has a different type of property, like they can remove the pesticide effect. Because I have worked and LD50 was very high, elderine and naphthalene were used in my research work to and naphthalene, and they also remove phenanthrene, phenol, catechol, habibatal, genobiotics. These are being removed by the help or degraded by the help of these cyanobacteria. That's why we can say that their multiplication has a very important role in detoxification of various industrial effluents like oil refineries, breweries, distilleries, paper mills, sugar mill, and other pharmaceutical industries. And cyanobacteria may be used as a tertiary treatment of urban and agro-industrial effluents, and in terms they can help to mitigate the eutrophication and metal toxicity problem of the aquatic ecosystem. Next is, we have seen that they are also responsible for secretion of phytohormones like gibberellin, cytokinin, auxin, abscisic acid, vitamins, and especially vitamin B is secreted by them. They are also responsible for biological nitrogen fixation. So ultimately, they will form amino acid and few antibiotics and toxins. Cyanotoxins, LPP1, is very very important one that they are being produced by them, and several cases from South Africa has been reported for microcystis. They are responsible for, because see, this is a very important prokaryotic structure. That's why they are not secreting anything, rather due to lysis of their cell the toxin is being secreted outside. Next slide, please, sir. Yes. uh, Nowadays, we have energy, and as a source of bioenergy, we are using Jatropha. But think about another substitute, they are the cyanobacteria. And in so many other countries like states and other important countries, nowadays they are using hydrogen. And cyanobacteria are unique group of photosynthetic bioagent that can grow on fast rate due to their simple cell structure and minimum requirement. Just I have told you that they can even grow on water. They can even grow on the soil which are collected from the field. And several culture media is also present for their culturation. So you can grow them very interestingly, and they can produce biodiesel, biosyn gas, biohydrogen, and cyanobacteria, due to their greater biomass, lignocellulosic compound, they produce a syngas. An advantage of these are we can get a clean fuel, because the LPG, liquid petroleum gas, the CNG, everyone has pollution, but this hydrogen, because we are converting ourselves in battery age, and the lithium which is present in battery may cause also very harmful effect in coming generation, because their disposal will again create a problem. Of course, we are giving them a green sign, but think about their biodegradation, their destruction. So hydrogen is used as a fuel, and they do not cause any environmental pollution, because it is a byproduct of the water, and oxygen is also useful. That's why several cyanobacteria like Enabina, Calothrix, Oscillatoria, Cyanothysi, and several can produce hydrogen under various cultural conditions. That's why you can say we can say goodbye to vehicle pollution. And the next slide, I want to tell you that the global warming, the greenhouse effect, and the cyanobacteria is one of the important agent. Why all of you are familiar that carbon dioxide is one of the important agent for the greenhouse effect. And do you know the carbon dioxide fixation in a green plant is as slower as 10 to 50 times. The meaning is cyanobacteria can fixes 10 to 50 times more carbon dioxide than terrestrial plant. So think about 10 to 50 times faster, not two times, three times, rather 10 to 50 times. So what will happen? If they go for the photosynthesis, ultimately carbon dioxide is being decreased. That's why carbon dioxide, if decreases, there is no chances of the global warming. And the captured carbon dioxide in the cyanobacterial biomass can be stored in the form of organic molecule. और अभी तक हम कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड को कभी दूसरे में लगाते थे तो हमको हार्मफुल चीजें मिलती थी. And by this various way, they can produce, they can be beneficial to the crop by their contribution of their organic and nitrogenous content. In next point, I want to say that they are anticipated that half of the global photosynthesis is contributed by phytoplanktons, and mostly cyanobacterial members are present in phytoplankton. So the global warming can also be reduced. That's why carbon dioxide sequestration and climatic change mitigation can also be promoted by the help of these cyanobacteria, which is a very wonderful uh, suggestion to all of us. Among these, about 25%, uh, yes, perhaps we have jumped. Okay, no problem. So the thermophilic bacteria, the thermotolerant bacteria, the thermophilic strains, they are present in flue gas, and freshwater and marine cyanobacteria are have a very great uh, range of their tolerance of their survival. These are the very important factor, so we can use them. Next slide, please. The methane, the muddy soil. The methane is one of the negative gas for global warming. By our anthropogenic activity, methane is being emitted, and due to fossil fuel, due to livestock farming, land filling, biomass burning, methane is being generated, and methane is also one of the important gas for this. And it is very interesting that we can say that the paddy field, which is filled with the water, they have mud, and the cyanobacteria can reduce even the methane emission. Next slide, please. I think among total person who are hearing this are familiar with the spirulina. Nowadays, Himalaya is making high protein, because in our India there are different type of persons, and we are not taking protein. Um, the non-vegetarian person, the vegetarian person, vegetarian person, lot of varieties are there. But ultimately, the protein source is not present with us. But cyanobacteria like spirulina, which was we are also known as Enterospira, due to 60% of the protein content more than beef and pork and chicken and mutton than egg. If, so for a vegetarian person, it is just like a boon, because you can see, next slide, please. This organic spirulina is nowadays available in the form of organic spirulina. You can take 2 or 3 cups. So whey, muscle, blaze protein, and spirulina are very good source for the our protein source. Next slide, please. Um, Some strains like Spirulina and Abina nostoc are also consumed by the human, and these are used in the form of powder, flakes, tablet, capsule, and it has more than or about 60% of the protein. That's why they can be considered as one of the source for the protein. Yes, next please. This is the last slide. Since 11 o'clock, we are about 56 minutes, including some disturbance. Now the thing is present for all of us, and we can conclude, we can recommend it for future by these five important points. Number one, it is imperative for the healthy agro ecosystem to gain sustainability in true sense in order that it conserves the nature and natural resources and also maintains the complexity and diversity of the ecosystem. Because the person, industrialization, modernization, everyone says that it create this harmful effect, that harmful effect. But if we conserve those organisms which were present since such a long time and still they are present, so naturally we can say that they are one of the important agent for our, uh, to restore the ecosystem. Yes, next please. Yes, no, 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 no. I have just come back to back slide. Please, previous slide, previous slide. The 4 point has been left. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. It supports the sustained sufficient food production by increasing world population, ensure economic viability, and safer living for both human as well as the other livestock. So the present environmental concern is very much dependent on them. And cyanobacteria can be very effective for enriching soil organic carbon, nitrogen, and phosphorus viability to the plant. And last but one is cyanobacteria are excellent accumulators of different type of degraders, environmental contaminants like heavy metal, pesticide, oil containing compound. And in last, we can say that they are capturing, storing carbon dioxide. That's why the global warming, change in climatic condition, change in environment change, a climatic change mitigation by the help of cyanobacteria. So we can save our planet, we can save our India, we can save our ecosystem. And I think uh, whatever was possible within this limited time, I have tried to give you. But still, if there is any question, an inquiry, your question will be welcomed if time permits by the organizers.
Thank you, Dr. Avdesh Srivastava, Dr. Alki Sharma here. Thank you.
Sir, sir, sir.
Namaskar.
Uh, so
How
in the
can,
yes, sir.
yes, sir.
So I'm thankful to all of you, sir, for giving this opportunity to say something about my own research work before you. And thank you to our your principal, sir, and Mamta Sharma, ma'am, and especially you, sir.
Sir,
Thank you very much, sir.
Dr. Srivastava, I have
Sir,
few words for you. And how can you
sir.
introduce yourself? A microbiologist or a phycologist or a taxonomist और क्लासिकल बॉटनिस्ट जो भी आप हैं जिस रूप में भी हैं सबसे अच्छे इंसान हैं आप और शिमला प्रवास के दौरान आपसे बहुत कुछ सीखने को हमें मिला था
Sir,
तो
sir.
आपके लिए दो लाइन है कि वक्त की धूप हो या तेज आंधियां कुछ कदमों के निशान कभी नहीं होते और जिन्हें याद कर मुस्कुरा दें ये आंखें, ऐसे लोग दूर होकर भी नहीं हो। मैं धन्यवाद भी करना चाहूंगा इस
सके। और जिन दिनों हम शिमला में थे, एक फिल्म देखी थी, मुझे टाइटल याद नहीं आ रहा, हॉलैंड ओपस उसके
बात के समान होता है कि अपने चारों ओर देखो, इस कमरे में कोई ऐसा जीवन नहीं है जिससे आपने ना छुआ, और हम में से हर एक आपकी वजह से एक बेहतर इंसान है। यही संवाद आपके चरित्र को परिभाषित करने के लिए। So thanks once again on behalf of my college, the RUSA, our college elder, organizing secretary Dr. Mamta Sharma, and my principal Dr. Hukam Singh ji. On behalf of myself, I wish to offer a sincere word of thanks to you. Thank you, Dr. Sharma.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks to all of you.
Now I request Mr. Sheetal Gupta to introduce and invite our next keynote speaker, Dr. Subhash Chandra.
Mr. Sheetal Gupta.
Please.
Welcome, Dr. Subhash Chandra. Dr. Subhash Chandra is currently working as a professor and head of Department of Zoology at Massey Surgery University, Ajmer. He has an experience of 23 in teaching and research. He wrote his PhD thesis on comparative study of behavior of cheetah, Samba. The main area of research in biodiversity conversion, natural resource conservation, biodegradation, and animal behavior. He has published more than 45 research papers and chapters in the journals and has also authored a book on ungulate biodiversity conservation, published by an international publisher. Dr. Chandra has participated and organized many international and national conferences, seminar and workshop, as well as work in different projects also. He is the member of the Academic Council and convener BUS in Zoology. Thanks.
Welcome, Dr. Subhash Chandra. Please continue. The stage is all yours, Dr. Chandra.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Seetalji and principal of this college, organizing secretary, Dr. Mamta Sharma ji. And I will speaking on biodiversity. And mainly, just I am sharing my slide. दिख रहा है सभी को? हेलो
जी सर, जी सर.
It's
Yes, sir.
visible.
Your PPT is visible.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And okay, I'm speaking on biodiversity conservation and mainly the role of India along with world. And all you know, the biodiversity term is a very recent term given by Wilson in 1988 only. And the biodiversity includes all the living organism on this planet. And you must also know that
Excuse me, sir.
the year
Sorry, disturbing you.
2010 was
Sir, move on.
Sir.
First slide. Sir, please.
Pardon? It's okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Should I start? Hello? Sheetalji, should I start?
You can start.
Okay, thank you. Okay, as I discussed earlier that I'm speaking on biodiversity conservation, mainly the role of India. And You know that biodiversity terminology is the recent one given by E.O. Wilson in 1988 only. And the biodiversity includes all the living organism, all the invertebrate, plants, fungi, algae, bacteria, viruses, vertebrates. And the year 2010 was celebrated as International Year of Biodiversity, and as well as year 2020 was celebrated as a super year of super international year of biodiversity. And you also know that 22nd May is celebrated as International Biodiversity Day. And coming to India, India is having around more than 6%, around 7% biodiversity of the total species found in the world. And you know that among 17 mega diverse countries, India is one of those 17 mega biodiverse countries. You also know that India has identified on this date 36 biodiversity heritage sites, as well as we have 4 hotspots of biodiversity in India out of 36 in the world. I will discuss what are the hotspots, and as well as UNESCO has identified the 7 natural sites. There are total 40, but 7 are natural sites that are World Heritage Sites in India. And also on this date, there are 54 Ramsar sites, you know, that are the sites for wetland conservation. But also Rajasthan has 2 that wetland sites. And also there is a new concept, hope sports. India has 2 hope sports also. So, like, I want to say that India is a country that is having maximum biodiversity. This is a matter of proud, but I will discuss part hotspot also, that this time it is a matter of concern also that we have to conserve biodiversity on priority level. These are 17 mega diverse countries in the world. And you know that there was a convention of biological diversity called as CBD that was in Rio de Janeiro in 1992, and India was in the party in this CBD Rio de Janeiro 1992. And after attending this CBD, India made biological diversity in 2002, and this biological diversity act has 3 main objectives. One, the conservation of biological diversity. The second one is that sustainable use of components of the biodiversity, and the third one, that is the fair and reasonable sharing by all stakeholders for benefits arising out of the commercial or research utilization of genetic resources. And as a result of this Biodiversity Act, India has constituted the National Biodiversity Authority, that is NBA, and head office is in Chennai, and under the Ministry of Environment and Forest. And I think most of you must have known that under this Biological Diversity Act, this NBA has been established in 2003. State level, State Biodiversity Board has been established, And under state biodiversity board, there are biodiversity management committees at the level of Gram Panchayat, municipalities, municipal council, Panchayat level, Jila Parishad level also. And the important part, that is people biodiversity register. And these registers contain comprehensive information on availability and knowledge of local biological resources, local birds, hakims, and traditional health care that practitioners using the biological resources and their medicinal or any other use. It prepares a comprehensive report of plant and animal species also, landscape, and people of particular region. So this people biodiversity register is very important part, and I think most of some students of PG level must have also involved to prepare this people biodiversity register. There are many state biodiversity board that are working in India. In Rajasthan, the state biodiversity board is situated at Jamnanal Bajaj Marg this time. And Rajasthan state has also declared some of biodiversity heritage sites under this Biological Diversity Act. And yes, because I was emphasizing that India is among one of the most biodiverse country in the world. Am I audible, na Sital ji? Hello? Hello? Okay, thank you. Thank you. And I also told earlier that we are having 4 hotspots in India out of 36. This is the matter of proud, because we are having the biodiversity, the rich biodiversity, and especially 0.5% species of plants as endemic. So this endemism is very important part. But other part, hotspot means we have lost more than 70% of its primary vegetation. Then it's a part of alarm also. It's a part of proud, as well as it's a part of alarm that these hotspots has lost more than 70% of primary vegetation. And yes, these are 4 hotspots in India: the Himalayan region, the Indo-Burma region, the Sunda lands. It includes Nicobar group of islands, then Western Ghats. These are 4 important parts that covers India and some part of other country also. We have the 7 sisters, beautiful biodiversity. Again, the major part of one of hotspot. Then there are also 7 World Heritage sites that are natural one. There are total 40 in India, but the natural one that are the 7 World Heritage sites: the Kaziranga National Park, Kevladev Ghana National Park, Manas, Nanda Devi, Sundarbans, Western Ghats, and Great Himalaya National Park. And another recent concept, that is hope sports, and that is given by Sylvia Earle, marine biologist of USA. And hope sports are the ecologically unique area of the ocean designed for protection under a global conservation campaign called Mission Blue. जितने मैराइन बायोडाइवर्सिटी है उसके कंजर्वेशन के लिए होप स्पोर्ट that is given by Sylvia Earle, and India is having two hope sports. One is Andaman and Nicobar, and another one is that is Lakshadweep, declared in 2013 only. Again, some brief part only that we are having a very unique biodiversity in Rajasthan. Also, you can see this our state animal in wild category because that is Chinkara, our state animal. In cattle category, that is the camel. You can see the black buck. Again, important antelope. Again, you can see the contrast in Rajasthan, the desert, the river, the animals, common plants, the rohida, our state flower, the care, KZD, then some big cats, as well as the members of dog family, wolf, hyena, jackal, bear, then small and big cats, leopard, tiger, desert cat, jungle cat, caracal, number of birds you can see in Rajasthan, the kurga, number of harial, number of birds are there. But we are facing major problem for its survival. Great Indian bustard, reptiles also. Rajasthan is also a major state covering reptile species. You can see some more reptiles. And again, some of the deer, antelope. This is spotted deer, the sambar steak, the nilgai, and some of students must be sitting there, and they must know that this, the sambar, cheetal, these are the deer, and this nilgai, four-horned antelopes, these are the antelopes. This is a stag. Male of deer is called as stag, having antlers, the branched antlers, which shedded annually. These are solid inside as well as in antelopes. The male have horn, and in some cases the female may have also horn, but these horns are permanent one and hollow from inside. At least the student must differentiate a deer and an antelope. Cheetal is deer, the sambar is deer, their male are called as stags and having antlers. Whereas in antelope, the male have horn also. They have white eye.
देखता हूँ अगर सीक्रेसी से होता है तो कुछ सॉल्यूशन है
Because I think that you have other keynote lectures also, and this platform is open for you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chandra. Thank you. जल्दी से सुना
Now I invite Dr. Anil Kumar.
सर अगर और टाइम है तो मैं 5 साल अपना प्रेजेंटेशन और बड़ा है उसको आ सकता हूँ अगर टाइम है तो आपके पास में। मैंने तो जानबूझ के इसको शॉर्ट किया है।
Thanks to Dr. Now I am inviting Professor Anil Kumar Sundari. Dr. Anil Kumar Sundari is environmental ecologist, field biologist, trajectory work in as professor and head department of environmental University, Bikaner, with 20 years teaching experience and 25 years research experience. He also works as director, Center for Climate Study, MGS University, Bikaner. In 2011, he was awarded DSc from JNRM University, Jodhpur. His fields of specialization are hazard ecology and behavioral study of mammals and birds, genetic and genetic studies with special reference to traditional environmental conservation practices, common resource environment planning, biodiversity conservation and management. Thanks, Dr. Anil Kumar Sundari. Dr. Anil Kumar Sundari. Are you hearing my voice, sir? Anil Kumar Sundari. Please unmute yourself. Anil Kumar Sundari. देखपाल जी कैमरा हमारा चलते ही बंद हो गया। लास्ट में क्या लगाना है? 94 ठीक। ऋषि एक नंबर मिला कैमरे वाले को यार 78499 04894 अभी सेटिंग ले He has been awarded Asian Youth Leadership, PCA, District Award, Medical Profession and Community Service, Outstanding Award, Social Change, Jury Member, International Model, Citizen Assembly, Climate Change, Cyber 2021. Dr. Prem Sleepy. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. It is good afternoon from this side. Namaste. I see some echo, but I will start. Can you put the slides, please?
Yes, sir. We continue, sir.
Yes, I have sent the slides to Mamta Madam.
Sir, you send your slide to the man. Hello.
Meanwhile, I can begin.
Yes.
I always start with a very a beautiful prayer. So may you and your loved ones be blessed with love in your heart, happiness in your house, peace in your soul, and joy in your life today and always. Because we are talking on a very important subject here, biodiversity and its conservation.
वो ऐसा जो मूव करता है ना रिमोट से
Healthcare and climate change questions. I have not seen the slides yet. So I will be speaking on this ISTTP number 7 training by RRC on biodiversity and environment conservation.
इसी नंबर फोटो भेजना है इसी नंबर फोटो भेजना है
As you saw from the slides, I keep on speaking. So how we are going to cover today's subject is the meaning of biodiversity. Why do we need it? The classification at the international level and the national level. The causes of the biodiversity, the threats and the effects, and the conservation of biodiversity by the methods which we can prevent, conservation approaches, and finally the conclusions. So as I carry on speaking, let me define the word biodiversity. Bio means life and diversity is variety. So basically it is nothing but variety of life. Imagine if there is no biodiversity in the world, how will be our life? Now, why is a medical doctor today speaking among the researchers, scientists, professors, mostly of zoology, botany, life sciences? It's definitely because COVID-19. Now, the culprit, which we went through the big pandemic, and it is still not an endemic in many parts of the world, started in a wet market in Wuhan in China. And though the debate will continue with whether it was a lab manifested or in the bat, well, we leave that to the experts, and even WHO, World Health Organization, is perplexed. They don't have all the answers. So the origin is still, as we call it, etiology unknown, though we have a few good answers. But thank God it is no more a pandemic in many parts of the world, and the vaccines are working, and now we are into chemotherapy. So that is why biodiversity has a great meaning in our life. And so this topic became very important to me. So the definition of biological diversity or biodiversity is that part of nature which includes the differences in genes among the individuals of a species. The variety and richness of all the plant and animal species at different scales in space. I sent some slides. Why these slides are not coming up here? Anyway, I will keep on speaking. So the variety and richness of all the plant and animal species at different scales in space, locally, or in a region, in the country, and the world, and various types of ecosystems, both terrestrial and aquatic, within a defined area. So the word the biodiversity originates from the Greek word bios, which means life, and Latin word diversitas, which is variety or difference. So the whole word biodiversity generally therefore means variety of life. So why is biodiversity important? So everything that lives in an ecosystem is part of the web of life, including humans. So we have a relationship with animals and plants. So each species of vegetation and each creature has a place on the earth and plays a vital role in the circle of life. So plant, animal, and insect species interact and depend upon one another for what each offers, such as food, shelter, oxygen, and soil enrichment. So basically, we take things for granted, we take animals and plants for granted, but the truth is, we depend on them. Can someone put the slides, which I sent earlier? Okay, maintaining a wide variety of species in each ecosystem is necessary to preserve the web of life that sustains all living things. I have a little announcement here, something very beautiful I want to share with you. In 1992, the bestseller, The Diversity of Life, which was framed by the Harvard University biologist Edward O. Wilson, now he is known as the father of biodiversity. A good question for quiz here for students. It's reckless to suppose that biodiversity can be diminished indefinitely without threatening the humanity itself. So you play with biodiversity, you're playing with your own life. So just remember that. It is so important. Our environment is so important. Our jungles, our flora, our fauna is so important. The linkages and feedback loops, well, I had a few graphs to show, but now slides are not coming up. So I will skip this and come to the genetic diversity. The ecosystem diversity refers to the diversity of a place at the level of ecosystems. The term differs from biodiversity, which refers to variation in species rather than ecosystems. So species diversity is the effective number of different species that are represented in a collection of individuals. You may not be enjoying this talk because you can't see the speaker, and at the same time, you may not be able to see the slides. And I know I am audible. Am I effective, impactful, useful? That will be a question. So as I continue, because of the time limit, so the ecosystem diversity includes the diversity above the species level, which is community diversity, habitat diversity, and landscape diversity. And the genetic diversity, which includes the DNA composition, the adaptation to particular environmental conditions, and the populations benefit from some genetic diversity. So in the summary of the biodiversity, the biosphere has about 13.5 million species. We have viruses. This is where the COVID, the culprit came out. And it's still culprit, I call it. And that's where my interest lies. The bacteria, the algae, the fungi, terrestrial plants, the protozoans, the mollusks, insects, invertebrates, fishes, amphibians, reptiles, birds, mammals, they all come in here. And the plants and the invertebrates they represent the global biodiversity. So the global biodiversity, species numbers of vascular plants. Well, I had a graph here, which is not visible now to you. Unfortunately, you should be careful in future about such things. So they have a food web. As you remember the Darwin's theory of evolution, that how we came up from the apes, now we are humans, and that's how the link takes place. I had a beautiful map of India where they were showing the Trans-Himalaya, Himalaya Desert, the semi-arid Western Ghats, the Deccan Peninsula, the and Gangetic Plain, the coast, the northeast, and the islands, because Rajasthan is an island. So I had some special interest here. And also the state-wise distribution of personal area under the wildlife sanctuaries, where I found Sikkim leading under the wildlife sanctuaries. It is something for people who, anyone listening from Sikkim or a student from Sikkim will be happy and glad to hear this. So since the interest is India now, so India is known for its rich heritage and biodiversity, one of the 17 mega diverse countries in the world. With 2.4% of the world's area, India accounts for 7 to 8% of the world's recorded plant and animal species. Even the previous speaker, I was listening to a very learned speaker, and very beautiful slides he showed in the 10 biogeographic zones, the alpine forest, grasslands, wetlands, coastal, marine ecosystems, and desert ecosystems. Do you know that 91,000 species of animals, of which then 5,000 microbial species in 10 biogeographical regions have been documented? Interest for the zoologists and the botanists. India has 4 out of 34 global biodiversity hotspots, which is an indicator of high degree of endemism of species in India. So we have 5,000 plant species and about 1,800 animal species endemic to India. So India's biodiversity includes wild relatives of agricultural crops and domesticated animals. Well, I must apologize here from all my listeners because of this audiovisual hiccup. But I hope there is some learnings after this. So India has 16 major types and 251 subtypes of forests. And since my interest is medicine, indigenous medicine systems utilize about 6,500 native plants for both human and animal healthcare. So we need animals and we need plants. So India's diverse preponderance of native, tribal, and ethnic groups has contributed significantly in the conservation and diversification of biodiversity. Its cultural and ethnic diversity includes over 500 tribal communities and 7 ethnic groups spread over 5,000 forested villages. As I say, India is in its villages. India proudly upholds the tradition of nature conservation. Something, as I was doing my research, that in 252 BC, that is before Christ, the Emperor Ashoka, we know so much as Indians, established the protected areas for mammals, birds, fish, and forests through a proclamation, the Jim Corbett National Park, covering an area of 325 square kilometers, and all foreigners would love to go there, as the India's first and world's 3rd national park in 1936. So India has currently about 5% of total geographic area, which includes 99 national parks, 500 wildlife sanctuaries, 43 conservation reserves, 4 community reserves, and 3 biodiversity heritage sites, for which I, as an Indian, I am very proud, and we all should be. So India has a National Wildlife Action Plan, which envisages 10% of the geographical area of the country under the PA coverage. So as much as I would love to continue, without the slides, a little bit disheartening, but still I will, since there's a lot of hard work done here. So the benefits of the biodiversity is the consumptive value, we call it the food, drink, the fuel, medicine, the better crop varieties, the industrial material, and the non-consumptive value is the recreation, the educational research, and traditional value. There's also an ecological service, the balance of nature. If there is no biodiversity, my dear friends, there will be no balance of nature. And then the biological productivity, the regulation of climate, the degradation of waste, the cleaning of air and water, cycling of nutrients, the control of potential pests, the detoxification of soil and sediments, stabilization of land against erosion, and the carbon sequestration and global climate change. As we all know, we want a reduction of the greenhouse gases. We need to clean up the mess that we have produced ourselves. There's a 2 degree centigrade rise in the world temperature, as we all know, by the end of the century. Maintenance of the soil fertility. So going further, the flora and fauna diversity depends on the climate, the altitude, the soils, the presence of other species. In most of the biodiversity concentrated in tropical region. So the hotspots are regions with high biodiversity, most of the species being endemic. And India have two biodiversity hotspots, East Himalayan region and the Western Ghat. They are very popular. Now comes the crux of this talk today, that is the threats to the biodiversity. Our biodiversity is threatened by none other than our own selves. We are the culprits. So the natural causes can be narrow geographical area, low population, low breeding rate, natural disasters, and anthropogenic causes. Habitat modification, over exploitation of selected species, innovation by the exotic species, pollution, hunting, global warming and climate change, agriculture. There's something called a domino effect. So the biodiversity, this is a graph which should have been shown, but now I cannot explain to you. Then the species and the taxonomy, each species is classified within a hierarchy reflecting evolutionary relationships. Two related species might be in the same genus, two related genera in the same family. Again, this is a graph. Okay, I will try to explain this one. Main causes of biodiversity loss. Do you know that there are about 16,000 species in the world that are threatened with extinction, almost wholly as a result of human action? Isn't it a shame for all of us that we are creating problems for the poor animals and the plants that we eat? Yes, unpalatable as it may sound, but the truth is not far from it. The habitat destruction, the global warming, the over-exploitation, the pollution, the air, land, and water, the accidents, the persecution, the non-native species, all are the reasons for this biodiversity loss, and it is increasing day by day. So, if nothing is done, you can just imagine where will this world be? What legacy are we going to leave behind for our children? So the causal factors I will mention, they are the population, the consumption, and the resource efficiency. The indirect drivers, they are the agriculture, the fishing, the urban and industry, the water use, energy and transport. The direct pressures on biodiversity are the habitat loss, the alteration and fragmentation, the over-exploitation, the invasive species, the pollution, the climate change, state of global diversity, we have terrestrial, freshwater, marine, ecosystem services, provisioning services, regulating services, supporting services, and cultural services. All these are actually graphic representations. So the habitat and biodiversity loss projections, they done a very beautiful research here by 2050. How much will be the habitat loss and the biodiversity loss? And this graph is not at all an encouraging thing. Well, maybe you're lucky you're not seeing it, or unlucky that you are not seeing it, because the truth is, the picture is not good. And by 2050, if we're still alive, most of us are gone, many things will be gone. And not nice for me to say this across the oceans, but the truth is, if nothing is done, if people listening are just here to listen and do nothing about it, then we are in very serious trouble. So threatened animal species, like in they did in researches in Africa, Northern Africa, Western Central Africa, Eastern Africa, Indian Ocean, and Southern Africa, where they found the mammals, birds, reptiles, amphibians, fishes who are critically endangered. So it's not a question of India or Asia, but the problem is the world. Now, 40 countries with the highest percentage of threatened species. You'll be surprised French Polynesia takes the title here, which means it has the highest percentage of threatened species. And countries with the highest number of threatened species, Ecuador takes that title, with the mammals, birds, reptiles, amphibians, fishes, mollusks, invertebrates, and plants, all threatened. So endemism in India's biodiversity, because of the interest in India, and this talk is in India. So the endemic levels, they calculate the mammals in India. Mammals is 12%, birds 4.5%, and reptiles 45.8%, and plants 33%, amphibians 55%, endemic in India's biodiversity. A beautiful graph was there for India land use. I can't show you. Certain endangered species in India. There are the pictures of the certain species. So diversity of subspecies. How many tigers have you seen in your life? I live in a country where I only see them in the zoo. And here there is this very beautiful work done by the experts here. They're talking about Caspian tiger, which is extinct, and Siberian tiger, the South China tiger, the Indo-China tiger, Bali tiger, which is extinct, Javan tiger is extinct, Sumatran tiger, Bengal tiger, if I'm in Calcutta. So endangered golden lion, endemic to Brazil's Atlantic rainforest, which has been almost totally destroyed. So we go by the list as how I was supposed to do it initially, conservation of the biodiversity. So various treaties have helped the conserve this biodata. The major one is CITES, they call it, the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora. It bans the international trade and transport of body parts of endangered organisms. Unfortunately, it's still taking place. And the conservation approaches, the Convention on Biological Diversity from the Rio Conference, which is also mentioned by the earlier speaker, aims for conservation of the biodiversity, use it sustainably, and ensure fair distribution of its benefits. It was signed by 188 nations, but the interesting part is it was not signed by United States. So when USA is not involved, it takes off what we call it, the importance, the legitimacy of that signature, that paper, because of its power it holds over the world. And that, again, is very questionable as to why or what interest does USA have in not signing. So biodiversity is the variety of life forms on Earth and the essential interdependence of all living things. As defined in Convention on Biological Diversity by the 154 countries, the biodiversity is defined as the variability among living organisms from all sources, including inter alia, terrestrial, marine, and other aquatic ecosystems, and the ecological complexes of which the area part. This includes the diversity within species, between species, and ecosystem. So according to IUCN, the variety and variability of species of their population, the variety of species of the life forms, the diversity of the complex association with species, with the interaction and the ecological process which influence the performed. Hope you're still there. This was never supposed to happen, but it has. But at least the talk is on, and something will be gained at the end. So biodiversity conventions, the first convention that was held at Rio de Janeiro, they call it the United Nations Conference on Environment and Development, also called the Rio Summit, where 150 countries signed to ensure conservation of biodiversity, and that exactly is the topic of today. So sustainable use of biodiversity, rational and equitable share of profit to accrue from use of genetic resources. The second convention organized at Johannesburg in 2002, called the World Summit on Sustainable Development, where the biodiversity and sustainable ecosystem management was the issue. So I see Professor Hukum Singh, sir, on the screen here. It's okay if the slides are not coming up. I'm already halfway now. So the international conference held on biodiversity in relation to the food and human security in a warming planet. It was held in Chennai, then they repeated it in Srinagar, and then they also taking place in Kerala. The International Year of Biodiversity that was held in 2010, where they call it Biodiversity is Our Life. So you can imagine the importance they gave. So the conservation of biodiversity, is in situ and ex situ. So in situ, the conservation of species is best done by protecting its habitat along with all other species that live with it in nature. Ex situ, however, there are situations in which an endangered species is so close to extinction that unless alternate methods are instituted, the species may be rapidly driven to extinction. And already we have lost a lot. I don't see tigers in Malaysia anymore. One which, for example, I can give you from this country at least. So biodiversity inventories, conserving biodiversity in protected habitats, in situ is conservation and ex situ is also conservation. If you have heard of the seed bank, the gene bank, the pollen bank, and the DNA bank. So the restoration of the biodiversity, imparting environmental education, enhancing the strengthening and enforcing environmental legislation, the population control. India is now #1 in the world. So reviewing the agricultural practice, controlling urbanization and conservation through biotechnology. Okay, talking about in-situ, sacred groves and lakes, biosphere reserves, national parks, wildlife sanctuaries, terrestrial and marine. And ex-situ, we have sacred plant, home garden, seed bank, gene bank, cryopreservation, botanical gardens, zoological gardens, aquaria. We have botanical gardens normally in most of the countries in the world now. If you come to Malaysia or Singapore, you will find that. So biodiversity loss and species extinction. Extinction, last member of a species dies and the species vanishes forever from Earth. Extirpation is disappearance of a particular population, but not the entire species globally. So these are natural processes. On average, one species goes extinct naturally every 500 to 1,000 years. We may not see it. We don't even live for 100 years. But this is the background rate of extinction. So there is one bad news I want to share, other than what is happening at the moment now. 99% of all species that ever lived are now extinct. Do you want me and you also to be extinct? Because we are part of the biodiversity. I can be not more rude than this. So benefits of biodiversity, biophilia. Human love for and attachment to other living things, the connections that human beings subconsciously seek out with the rest of life. So affinity for parks and wildlife, keeping of pets, valuing real estate with landscape views, interest in escaping cities to hiking, birding, fishing, hunting, backpacking, etc. All these are benefits of biodiversity. Ethics, can we talk about ethics here? On one hand, as humans, we need to use resources and consume other organisms to survive. On the other hand, we have conscious reasoning ability and are able to make conscious decisions. So conservation biology, applied and goal-oriented conservation biologists intend to prevent extinction. This discipline arose in recent decades as biologists grew alarmed at the degradation of natural systems they had spent their lives studying. So we study and then we find out that we are still lacking in knowledge. Equilibrium theory of island biogeography explains how species diversity patterns arise on islands as a result of immigration, extinction, island size, distance from the mainland. The theory originally developed as basic science for oceanic islands. Then it was found to apply to islands of habitat within terrestrial systems for conservation biology. If you can still find the slide, it would be nice. I could just do a little roller coaster of the 51 slides I sent earlier, and maybe the viewers can have a little better idea of the talk of today and maybe enjoy more. Many endangered species are being bred in zoos to boost populations and reintroduce them into the wild. This has worked so far for California, but it's worthless if there's not adequate habitat left in the wild. So it is a debate now that should we have zoos? Or should animals be more, let us say, happier in their own environment? So conservation approaches, umbrella species, when habitat is preserved to meet the needs of an umbrella species, it helps preserve habitat for many other species. Large species, large home ranges like the tigers and other predators are good umbrella species. There's something called a flagship species or charismatic species that win public affection, like the panda. So they make movies on pandas now. Conservation approaches, biodiversity hotspots, an area that supports an especially high number of species endemic to the area found nowhere else in the world. This is a beautiful map, but unable to be shown. Conservation approaches, the hotspots, global map of biodiversity hotspots as determined by the Conservation International. I will name them. Well, you can learn from here, at least. The tropical Indies, Caribbean, Brazil, Ecuador, Brazil, Chile, California, Madagascar, Kenya. You have this Mediterranean, Sundaland, Gulf of Philippines, Indo-Burma, South, Central Ghana, Sri Lanka, Southern Ghats, Western Ghats, Southwest Australia, New Caledonia, New Zealand, Polynesia, Micronesia. These are the biodiversity hotspots. In other words, beautiful places. So conservation approaches, community-based conservation, many environmentalists from developed nations who want to establish reserves in developing nations have been viewed with the resentment by local people. But today, many efforts work with local communities to get them invested in the conservation of their own natural resources. So this community-based conservation makes efforts more complex, but will probably be more successful in the long run. So conservation approaches, economic incentives, the debt for nature swaps. A non-government organization raises money and offers to pay off debt for a developing country in exchange for parks, reserves, and habitat protection. I wish this slide was shown because I want to emphasize something here, where a country is in debt, but the debt can be washed away in exchange building parks, reserves, habitat protection. What a beautiful way. Conservation concession. An NGO offers money to a developing nation's government for a concession to come off its land for conservation rather than for resource extraction. See, this is something I really wanted to share with you all. So that was my last slide. So in conclusion, the biodiversity is our life. If the biodiversity gets lost at this rate, then in near future, the survival of human beings will be threatened. So today, the animals and plants are threatened. Tomorrow, you and me will be threatened. So that is the underlying message you can take home. So it is our moral duty to conserve biodiversity as well, our environment. And that is where I come in because my interest in healthcare and climate change and biodiversity is all interrelated. As they say, there will be no World War III to wipe off the world. Another virus is just enough to do that job. And that is imbalance in biodiversity. So long-term maintenance of species and their management requires cooperative efforts across entire landscapes. Biodiversity should be dealt with at scale of habitats or ecosystems rather than at species level. I want to emphasize this again. Biodiversity should be dealt with at scale of habitats or ecosystems rather than at species level. Because the mistake that we do is we think we save the species, we destroy the ecosystem. It's just like been saying penny wise and pound foolish. With that, I end today's biodiversity and its conservation talk. Unfortunately, I was not visible and the slides should not be. But then again, I'm used to disasters and I manage them very well. So thank you for being very patient listeners, and hope you enjoyed at least this non-visible but audible talk, and hope you take home some good messages, and hope we all work together towards saving our planet, because there is no planet B, and this is the only Mother Earth we have, and Mother Nature needs our help because we are here for a short while and we have to leave our legacy for the next generation. And what will we be showing them if we do not have any discipline in our lifestyle, in our behavior? And biodiversity is now on the line. I call it on the edge, and it needs saving and good sense from all of us. Thank you. Namaste, bhaiyo aur behno. Wish you having a nice day, and my apologies for not being visible.
Thank you, Dr. Leakey. That was such a fun presentation. I definitely missed Brian Parker because I was attending some other functions somewhere in Melbourne. But it was amazing to have you with us. Please open the chat box if questions are there. Let's check that. So another presentation for you in the chat box. Thank you so much, Dr. Leakey, and our principal sir is very much here. And he also extending thank you.
Thank you. बहुत बहुत मेहरबानी आपकी, बहुत खुशी हुआ आपसे मिलकर. थैंक यू प्रोफेसर हुकम सर, आपको मैंने पहले भी देखा और आपका कंसर्न मुझे टेलीपैथी हो जाता है कि आपने जो कंसर्न दिखाया दैट वाज इनफ, कि कोई ना कोई तार टूट जाता है तो फिर लिंक टूट जाता है, लेकिन दिल का तार नहीं टूटना चाहिए. और वो बरकरार है। तो ये तो टेक्नोलॉजी है, कभी फेल भी हो जाती है। इट्स ओके, आई एम स्टिल हैप्पी टू बी प्राउड ऑफ यू।
Thank you so much. That was a very big statement. दिल के साथ नहीं छोड़ेंगे डॉक्टर लेकिन. And it's such a pleasure to have you with us. And thank you so much for your time and your presentation. And we really appreciate because I know how much time and effort it's taken to make such a good presentation. Thank you so much. आपका बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद. साधुवाद आपको सर.
धन्यवाद।
So just check if Dr. Chagan is online. It's not. So before taking much time, let me introduce you to the next keynote speaker. Our next keynote speaker is Dr. Anil Chandani. Dr. Chandani is an environmental ecologist, field biologist, and presently working as a professor at the Health Department of Environmental Science Faculty of Science Maharaj University, Bikaner. With 20 years of teaching experience and 27 of research experience. He also works as a director Center for Guardian Studies and in 2011, he was awarded DSc from Jayanarayan University. His field of specialization desert ecology, behavioral studies of mammals and birds, genetic and biological studies with special reference to traditional environmental conservation practices, common property resources, environmental planning, biodiversity conservation and management, climate change, environmental impact studies. He serves as a member of the IUCN World Conservation Union and Conservation of International Birds and Mammal Species, Survival Commission, breeding specialist from 1001 onwards are commendable. He completed international conservation biology and wildlife Smithsonian Institution Hospital, USA, training course held in China in the year 1998, and he has been selected for the Asian Science Seminar held at Private Research Institute, Kyoto University of Inoue, Japan. He delivered lectures at various forums as a visiting professor at many international universities. He has completed over 15 research projects. He published over 128 papers in the international journals. In the last 1 year, he made and advised several national and international films and documentaries with BBC, NHK, German TV, French TV, Earthwatch TV, USA, TV News, Australian Broadcasting Corporation, etc. Dr. Chandani received second time Chandravarti Award 2017 and 2012 for writing the best paper on environment and wildlife by Indian Forester, Indian Council of Forestry Research and Education, Development. He got many awards. The list is long, so I'm not going through those lists. But one of the awards which he received was Marva Ratna Award from Mehrangarh Museum Trust on Jodhpur Foundation in 2006, and the State Award from Government of Rajasthan in 2007. Best Paper Award by Zoological Society of London in 2009 are to be given a thought. He also received the Fateh Wildlife Conservation Award on 1st March 2020 for selfless and varied efforts in the conservation and protection of wildlife in Rajasthan by Tiger Watch Foundation. Recently, he was presented with the Maru Ratna Award on 12th July 2021 by the Environmental Conservation Association. Is the program is online? Just please check.
No. On एक बार आप
Already said. So Dr. Anil Chandani is about to join us. So let's wait for him.
Yes. Yes.
उनको डाइवर्ट तो आपको कराना है। ठीक है, इंट्रोड्यूस तो करना ही होता है। आप- आपको वाला मुझे सीखना है। दोबारा चेक करो प्लीज ज्वाइन Till the time Dr. Chandani joins us, let me tell you something about the sustainable development. And I hope he's joining us very soon. So, being the environmental toxicologist by profession, sustainable development, I think Dr. Chandani has joined. Thank you, Dr. Chandani, for joining us. We have already introduced you to our audiences. And on the behalf of our veteran principal and the organizing committee, मैं आपका स्वागत करती हूँ, आपका अभिनंदन करती हूँ, आपका बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन सर. So without taking much time, I would request Dr. Chandani to kindly start with this keynote address. Sir, stage is all yours, Dr. Chandani. You have to unmute yourself, Dr. Chandani. We have made you the host. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. You have to unmute yourself. आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है.
अभी मैं मोबाइल से जुड़ा हुआ हूँ, मेरे को लैपटॉप से पीपीटी प्रेजेंट करना है 1 मिनट के लिए इधर का, क्योंकि मेरे पास कोई न तो ईमेल था न मैसेज मिला. मैं व्हाट्सएप से इधर मैसेज भेजा हूँ. अभी 1 ही मिनट में मैं जुड़ जाऊंगा पीपीटी के साथ. आई एम थैंकफुल टू ऑर्गेनाइजर फॉर इनवाइटिंग मी एंड थैंकफुल टू ऑल द पार्टिसिपेंट्स फॉर joining international training in which more than 20 countries are joining. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are very much audible. We can see you as well. We can hear you as well.
Okay. I'm just searching for that message I sent to you. ये नेट से कनेक्टेड नहीं है, दिक्कत आ रही है बार बार. So the topic is about biodiversity and environment. So we all talk about the biodiversity, and the whole world is concerned about the conservation and preservation of biodiversity. But most of the scholars and people and the policymakers don't know how to preserve and where are the biodiversity lying in the society or in the earth. We need to understand wherever you are unable to understand the latest scenario, please go with your traditional practices. How did your ancestors survive on that? If you are sitting with your elders, if you are sitting with your teachers, you can understand the scenario. You can understand the traditional practices, how to preserve biodiversity, how biodiversity is useful for us. And that is very localized and pinpoint treatment and pinpoint conservation and pinpoint management system. Whatever we talk today is all kind of climate change and biodiversity and global warming. These are all kind of fancy words. I'm hearing these since last 20 years. But things which are not changed, that is our constant traditional practice which is around us. We might have seen many of us knowing about that, but most of us ignored that. So from wherever you are, whether you are from Asia, Africa, America, or any continent, each and every country, each and every locality have their own traditional practice through which they have preserved their natural resources and their biodiversity. That is most important thing. So what kind of traditional practices are existing in India, especially in Thar Desert? I'm going to share some of my field experience with all the participants and fellow colleagues. And yes, I'm able to connect myself with my laptop now. So I will log out from here.
Dr. Changani, please unmute yourself. शीतल, मैं बात करा, शीतल बात कर। जी सर। सर आपका माइक अब लैपटॉप पे हो सकती है। हाँ तो वो क्या है कि आपका माइक्रोफोन आने वाले बोलो अब या तो रिकनेक्ट हो रही है आउट ऑफ रिकनेक्ट। ऋषि तुम ये दिए ट्रेन ठीक हो दिए क्या है? आप सेल फोन से नहीं ज्वाइन स्लाइड्स पर डालो अगर स्लाइड चलाए तो हम चला देंगे नहीं सेल फोन से दे लो आपके दो जगह से कनेक्ट दो जगह से कनेक्ट होने सर कनेक्ट सेल फोन से कनेक्ट माला का क्या हुआ माला उसके बाद टाइम नहीं है
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're very much audible. We can see you and your slides both.
Okay.
Sir, namaskar.
Doctor, you can help them. I got my fellow colleague who is just taking some help. इसमें डॉक्टर मेरे को पीपीटी करने के लिए ऑडियो नहीं बता रहा है. कैसे क्या प्रॉब्लम है? ऑडियो नहीं बता रहा है. ऑडियो नहीं जा रही क्या? हाँ. ये यहाँ पे ये आ रहा है. So anyway, I'm sorry for this inconvenience. We are digital. We are facing a lot of power cut is there. So I'm just another internet connection and with Wi-Fi system. So अगर ये नहीं हो पा रहा तो डॉक्टर साहब मैं ऑडियो इससे दे दूंगा, पीपीटी उससे दे दूंगा। फिलहाल यही कर लें, क्या करें? ठीक है, थैंक यू. Okay. There is some problem which we cannot sort it out. So I will just go for my PPT from this system and I will be audio connected with the cell phone. So Dr. Mamta Sharma, is it possible? My is it?
Yes, sir, very much visible.
Okay, thank you so much. Last time you have helped me out how to keep it full screen. Anyway, I don't want to waste much of the time. I think if it is visible, that is fine. So we are talking about biodiversity, how important it is. And the title as I have given, human landscapes are more important than any protected area in the world. This is our conclusion in last 2 years. There is some disturbance. I don't know why it is. So human landscapes are important because they are always rich biodiversity. And there are some setups which are very important for us. And these setups class out. So world over, majority of world's population or Indian population is heavily dependent on biodiversity and for their survival, for their livelihood. In fact, we all are sitting here. We had a breakfast in the morning, we are going to have lunch, and then we are going to have dinner. We are wearing the clothes. These are all natural products. So we must understand the value of nature, how much nature giving to us. So this is not for you and me. This is for the whole universe. All the human being, all the livestock, all the wild animals, all the living creature on this earth getting resources for their survival from Mother Nature. Rashtrapita Mahatma Gandhi said that Mother Nature can fulfill the need of every creature in this earth, but cannot fulfill the greed of a single person. So we must understand that scenario, that nature is producing so much. So world over, there are lot many things has been done by the authorities that we must preserve biodiversity, and biodiversity of our desert or Himalaya or Africa or Asia or Europe or any part of the world is very localized. We need to preserve biodiversity in a given setup with the people, with the local community and local geography. So world over, there are so many network of protected area has been declared, more than 1,000. This slide is a bit old, it's of March 2021. And India also simultaneously declared so many protected areas. And that is on the name of biosphere reserve, which is very new phenomenon. National parks, wildlife sanctuaries, conservation reserve, and community reserve. Most importantly, nowadays we are heading more and more community reserves. We are declaring more and more biosphere reserves because these two setups, biosphere reserve and conservation reserve, community reserves, they are allowing us that people can live together with animals and with nature, with their own property right. So that is most important to understand. Otherwise, we face a lot of problems. Once we have declared any area national park, we need to evacuate people. We can shift or translocate people from outside. And as a result, we lost so many species. Very simple example is of Sariska National Park. A single poacher entered in the park and he killed almost entire species of tiger from the park. Then we reintroduced. Whereas Salman Khan entered in an area and killed a black buck in 1998. He has been to jail several times and he is still on the court trials. And that is a huge message because Salman Khan was tried and sent to jail by the judiciary because communities stopped that. So community is most important, and how important we are going to see in the coming slides. So if we talk about the Rajasthan, we have the different geographical regions. We have the Aravali's, we have the Vindhyas, we have Thar Desert, and many aquatic setups. So these are the scenario of Vindhyas, how community, how the forest area, and how livestock living together. This is the scenario of Aravali. I'll just go quickly because we have almost lost 20 minutes in this internet connection and networking. This is the Thar Desert. Everybody has in dream. The Jaisalmer is full of tourists to see the sand dunes. And most importantly, the important landscape area is agricultural landscape area, which is human landscape, we call in other words. In Rajasthan, if we talk overall, it's almost 50%. 12 districts are in Thar Desert, the rest are in the other world. So besides these protected area, we have almost 1.8% reserve forest in Thar Desert, whereas we have 5.6% common property resources with human around. And these common property resources are known as gochars, orans, catchment, water bodies, and it is being governed by the people. No authority, no forest department, no wildlife department governs them. This is most important and unique feature in the Thar Desert. And for that matter, it is in almost entire country or entire world. There are many traditional forests or sacred groves in most of the part of the world. So they are named after so many. There have been orans, sacred groves, orchards, common grazing pastures, and not in the details, but you can see. And these common property resources holding much of the Thar Desert's biodiversity. More than 1,000 species of plants, more than 80 species of grasses, more than 2,000 animal species, including birds, mammals, reptiles, insects, mollusks, and all. And on this biodiversity, more than 35 million livestock survives. More than 30 million people dependent on this biodiversity. And more than 30 million wild animals in different parts of the Rajasthan. That is most important. And desert diversity and natural resource gives survival to all of them. So, in a nutshell, we want to understand the role of common property resources in biodiversity conservation. They are the area where human wildlife coexist. That is most important. Now, world looking towards Asia, looking towards the West, and looking towards our country, that how we are managing wildlife and biodiversity in our country. India is also listed in, as in the morning, my fellow colleague Subhash was referring in biodiversity that India has several hotspots in our country. But besides those hotspots, we are consuming so much of natural resources which has been exported in terms of herbal, in terms of food, and in terms of medicine. So these common property resources plays an important role in our life. They preserve our native gene pool. They are the basic backbone for the rural economy, for day-to-day life and survival. And they are equally conserving the rare species, including great Indian bustard and blackbuck and chinkara and vultures and all kind of species, avian species, reptile species, and bird species. They are life support system for all the creatures in the area. So biodiversity is more important, and the area which represents the native biodiversity are equally important. They are suitable habitats for the threatened species. They are very important system in it, whether it is a grassland ecosystem, mountain ecosystem. They have the variety of aquatic ecosystems. Salty lakes are there, freshwater lakes are there. So, as we all know that most of the laws and acts are come in existence after independence in our country. There are some British times old forest acts were there, but they are also not older than 100 or 200 years old. But our religion and culture our traditional practice, our local ethos, our people's science forced us, motivated us, and established a value to preserve these biodiversity for our own survival. That is the most beauty of this common property resources and biodiversity study, we find out. So the biodiversity ensures good ecology and good economy of any given village or area or district. So the role of common property resources, which is overruns and gochars and pasture lands and water bodies, because they are the repository of all kind of natural resources, including water, food, fodder for livestock and wild animals, gums, resins, fiber, firewood, fencing, thatching material, timber, non-edible oils, meat, wool, hair, all kind of craft and cottages dependent on this. And this becomes a biodiversity reserve in human landscape area. And it is being protected by the people. They are making very systematically and sustainable use of it. And it is been preserved by local ethos, as I was referring, by the religion, by the culture, by the desert ethos, with the oral traditional. Dada ne pote ko bataya, grandfather has been educated his son and grandson. So that kind of people science exists. One need to understand. So in nutshell, to sum up this, the desert dynamic ecosystem need to understand in a way that nature is a producer and society is a consumer. Nature is a producer and society is consumer. Till date, our religion and culture protected these biodiversity and natural resources and these common property setups. Now it has been taken care by government in some another way, which need to be very cautious. We need to understand on the name of development, if we are damaging the biodiversity, the local resources, this is gone for lifelong. Our coming generations are not going to forgive us. So this is just a small scenario how the Orans or sacred grove looks like. As I have shown you in previous slides, Thar Desert is full of sand dunes. But if you go to any of the common property resources or any of the sacred groves, Oran, they are named after mostly the local heroes and deities. I'm sure many of you have been seen Ramdev Reka Oran, yeah, Karni Mata Oran, very close to Bikaner. A red temple is there. And till date, without guarding by any forest official or person, the people maintain the sanctity. No one is hunting and collecting dry woods even from such areas. That's the power of religion and culture and cultural ethos, which protects these biodiversity in Thar Desert. And these are the pasture lands. And these are Jod Python. Water bodies has been named after different names. Jod is the water body, and Python is the catchment area. So you can see this water body, and these are all catchment area, and this collect rainwater harvesting structures in a way. And they are different in size. They are small, called as nadi. If they are larger, they have been called as talab. And sand dunes. This is also very important. They are not good for agriculture because of their undulating topography, but at the same time, they are the moisture retainers. They are the beautiful grasslands. They are the full of biomes. This biomass has been consumed by the camels and local livestock and wild animals. And they are the shelter for many of the birds, mammals, and reptiles in Thar Desert. Riverbeds, dry riverbeds are there throughout the Thar Desert. Some of the forest enclosures governed by the community on the name of pasture development and on the name of grassland development programs, and some of the threatened species like Seven pastures have been developed by the government. And gravel lands, if you looked into it, it looks like a very barren and dry kind of land, but at the same time, it contains variety of vegetation, variety of food plants and medicinal plant, which has been consumed by the local wildlife and domestic animals. And on the basis of that, we are getting the food, water, and milk, and all kind of dairy products through these livestock. So, as I was referring, each and every area of Thar Desert is important in terms of food, fodder, and water requirement for humans. And some of them have become a popular destination for the ecotourism kitchen you might have visited, because from Mongolia, Kazakhstan, China, part of Tibet, and part of Himalaya, many of the demoiselle cranes in thousands visiting those areas in Thar Desert. And kitchen is particular destination, as I was referring. We are sustaining biodiversity, we are sustaining wildlife in India on the basis of human subsidy in human landscape area. This is not a protected area, but birds since last several years, hundreds of years visiting this area just because of food and water availability in this area and protection by the people. That we need to understand. And now West has been understand and noted this, that Indian wildlife conservation method, especially the traditional one, was the best with the people, and that becomes a model now for many of the countries. And you can understand, I think most of you can read this, but for all the foreigners, I can just brief it out. There are water catchment areas still in Thar Desert. If you go to any of the highway from Bikaner to Jaisalmer, Jodhpur, Nagaur, Ajmer, wherever, you will find such catchment area, which are the water collector of the rainwater harvesting. People have written there, this is a water catchment area. This is the area of a water body. Please do not defecate or urinate, in a very local language. And it is so effective. None of the highway drivers and truck drivers ever defecated there or urinated there. So that kind of sanctity is still maintained in part of Thar Desert, where no canal and no tubewell water introduced. Jode has been called any of the water structure, rainwater harvesting structure, which is surrounded with a permanent wall called as Jode. Nadi is a small structure. So wherever they found, whether it is a rocky area, whether it is a different sandy topography, they will find some of the area with the slopes and contouring. They just make a water structure there. And in any of the religious place, whether it is a temple or mosque or gurudwara, you'll find some of the water structure is there. So water itself is a permanent kind of natural source which attracts variety of wild animals. And these sources were maintained and upkept by the people, by the society. And these structures are all in human landscape. I repeat again and again, we almost ignored the human landscape part and role of human subsidy. How people are protecting these animals and these birds through their natural process of preserving their common property resources. So if you go to the Jodhpur, if you go to the Galta, you can go to Jaipur, Mathura, Shimla, wherever you go, you will find animals, primates, different species. If you go to the South India, you'll find bonnet monkeys. If you go to the Northern India, you'll find the rhesus macaques and Hanuman langur. If you come to the Western India, you will find Hanuman langurs are there in the cities. And they have been supplemented by the people. If you go to any rural area in Thar Desert, you will find the peacocks and blackbucks and chinkaras playing with the people. They are just outside the households. Man and animal and kids are working and they are going for their daily works, and peacocks are around. So very beautiful, very imagining. You can imagine the kind of thinking the people and animal living together. If you have been to any of the Thar Desert village, you will find these situations over there. And animals, wild animals, threatened species, that is all IUCN category or wildlife act. It's in our tongue. But traditionally, people have been protected them like anything, like their own kids. There are many villages where Bishnoi women and Jat women feeding monkeys and feeding chinkara with their own breastfeeding. So that kind of intensity, they are taking care of animal like their own kids. So such area becomes a wildlife treasures. They become a city. We have written so many articles on that. These rural and urban areas are like a sanctuary in the people, with the people. So such cities has been recognized very well, and ecotourism is on the peak. And variety of tree species with all kind of herbal support, all kind of food and fodder support from such trees has been access to the people of the local. Common grasses of these common property resources, so many shrubs and grasses supporting their day-to-day life. Each household in the rural setup has been made with the local material. And with the changing climate, they are the best model. The temperature is very suitable inside these, and these are all made up of local materials. Even their fencings, they are full with the native materials. These are made of Calotropis procera and all kind of leaves, shade, and broken twigs of the khejri, Prosopis cineraria. All kind of their agricultural implements are made up of local materials, whether it is care, whether it is ruida, all kind of wood has been utilized for these local implements. And definitely the natural resource has been utilized in terms of water, food, fodder for their day-to-day life. All kind of basic facilities and amenities come from this nature and surrounding areas. And common properties are those areas where all kind of natural resource exist. And availability of food and fodder, which is very important. They are collecting fruits of khijdi, which is Prosopis cineraria, fruits of caparis, fruits of Acacia senegal, which we call locally kumat. And we are very much acquainted with the panchakuta sabji, and it is very popular in Thar desert. In fact, in most of the part of Western India, Rajasthan, Gujarat, and part of Haryana and Punjab. And most importantly, all kind of these natural resources, food and vegetables and fruits are pesticide free. They are all wild. It is not possible to get them in agricultural field. You cannot make a horticulture orchard of carrot. Though we are very ultra modern with nanotechnology and biotechnology and tissue culture, but till date, none of the Indian institute can regenerate Caparis decidua. In lab, it is 100% successful, but as soon as you take it to the wild, mortality is 100%. Very few of them survive in experimental condition. None of the institute till date in a position to replicate this care sapling in wild area. And this production of caparis, this production of sangri, this local food material from the native biodiversity becomes a livelihood support for each and every family. They collected their caparis and dry and process and sell into the market. And that becomes a continuous source of livelihood. As you see, you go to any of the city, whether it is Bikaner, Jodhpur, Jaipur, Udaipur, or Alwar, wherever you go, you will find some kind of dry vegetables are available in the market. And all these food resources can be preserved for years together, 2, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, with no, and their local treatment has been given in such a way that no insects introduced to these fruits and vegetables, whether they have been stored for years. And that was the reason that people in Thar Desert, even in the COVID condition, survived very well. You can see many of the plants are giving gums, resins, many herbal support to the local people. And food and fodder, especially water supply to all kind of livestock and all kind of wild species comes from these common property resources. And as a result, that we have so much of biodiversity in Thai desert and human landscape and has been preserved by the people. So that becomes a favorable condition for us during COVID. When whole world is suffering from COVID, Thar desert in particular, Rajasthan in particular, and India in particular are in much, much better condition. We have the lowest death rate in Thar desert. We have the highest recovery rate. We have good immunity because our livestock system, our traditional practices allow food and water supply to us during 2 months severe lockdown. I must need the attention of all the participants that during COVID, none of us can move out for 2 to 3 months. That has been strict prohibition by the government. We have been barricaded. No one can move out, but at the same time, none of us facing any problem of production. Milk is available to us, dairy products are available to us, and that credit goes to our livestock. And because of our common property resources in human landscape area, our livestock is sustained and we were able to survive. So that's the importance of local biodiversity and local cultural ethos. So why human landscape and human subsidy is important, we need to understand. Am I audible, Dr. Mamta Sharma?
Go ahead.
Am I,
You have time, please go.
am I audible?
I got, yeah, come again, please.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are very much audible and visible. Please go ahead.
Okay, and how much time do I have?
You can continue. You have time. Carry on, please.
Okay, thank you. So as we are talking how important human landscape and human subsidy is, the clear-cut example which I was referred earlier, in absence of people, we have clear-cut example which is very correct, that one poacher picked up all the figures in particular range. And in presence of people, a Salman Khan hunted black duck and he has been to this. Will you please unmute or it's echo?
यानी करके तो बोल रहे एक बार लेकिन ना
वो इसके लिए तो
एक करना है
एक तो लेनी है
तो बात में रखते हैं
May I request you please unmute yourself? Thank you.
और यहाँ से माइक को म्यूट करो
Thank you. So there is another example. I just briefed to this audience, August gathering, that we all remember, we all know about the Ranthambore. But when Ranthambore Park was declared, did Tiger introduced to that area afterwards? No. We have declared that area as National Park or Project Tiger because tigers were there. When tigers were there, some 50 years before, in 1972, Dr. Kailash Sankla from Jodhpur, he was a botanist, but he visited Prime Minister's state and briefed about the tiger project. And then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi took keen interest and declared Project Tiger throughout the country. And as a result, we can see tiger in country. That is a different story that sometimes their numbers decline up to 1,500 and sometimes they go up to 3,500. So when I was in USA, in Smithsonian Institute, one of the lecture I was giving, a question was raised by a senior scientist that India is facing a lot of problem of man-animal conflict. I said, this is a very new word to us. It has been given by the Western scientists to us, to our scholars, and now they are following it. And most of the policymakers, planners, and wildlife managers also agree to this, that human-wildlife conflict. I think there is no conflict. If we talk about conflict, because we are ignoring the human subsidy. India is the only country where 363 people died protecting trees, green trees. Nowhere in the world. India is the only country where more than 2,000 people died every year with the encounter or in protecting tigers, elephant, rhinos throughout the country. India is the only country where hundreds of people died because of the monkey bite. So that kind of acceptance is there. People are sacrificing their life. People are sacrificing their crops. People are sacrificing their livestock to preserve the herbivora and carnivora of this entire country and entire protected areas, taxa, in different geographical regions. And if we say there is a human-wildlife conflict, I'm sorry. हम 140 करोड़ हैं, हम इस कॉन्फ्लिक्ट को विद इन अ वीक सल्टा देंगे. अगर ये कॉन्फ्लिक्ट चलता है, just give 1 week to this population. They can sort it out. So, without knowing the facts, if we are saying man-animal conflict, definitely there is a problem of management. And that is by the managers, not because of wildlife and people. Many times we say we need to educate people. I'm sorry, you just go and visit any of the rural area. You visit any of the farmer, you visit any of the pastoral. You will find he is more knowledgeable than us. The only thing we don't know about that. So we said they are not understanding the issue. They are conflicting with the wildlife, this and that. So, as I was referring, once the Ranthambore was declared, tiger was not poured in. Ranthambore was declared because tigers were there, people were there, and livestock was also there. And still, I can say on record, none of the Indian wildlife sanctuary or national park or biosphere reserve fully self-sustain that their tigers and their lion and their leopard can 100% dependent on the wild food. More than 50% and somewhere 30%, somewhere 80%. They are totally dependent on the domestic animals, stray dogs, donkeys. So we cannot ignore this human subsidy. We need to understand that. That is most important. And we are making ourselves happy that we have preserved tigers in Ranthambore. A few days before, I was in Jaipur, and Dr. Dharmendra Khandal, who is taking after Tiger Watch, established by late Sri Fateh Singh Ji. He is a tiger man known for world over. But can we understand that we are preserving tiger for the tourist only? Most of our machinery, most of our management system is focusing on tourism. Tourism is one of the part to make people educate, but not at the cost of people or livestock or tiger. These institutes are there to manage tiger. They are not there to make a profit. We are not a facilitator of hotel industry of the local tiger areas. So as an academician, it is our moral duty that whatever fact comes to you, you should share with the audience, you share with the policymakers. So when you forcing their tigers inside with no management, they are moving out. There are hundreds of cases throughout the country that tiger or elephant or rhino or any scheduled species is moving out of the protected area because of the mismanagement. We need to manage that. And there are evidences that tigers are moving almost 100 kilometers away, 200 kilometers away from protected areas and come back. So livestock is an integral part of any given ecosystem, and it is a diet of many of the carnivores that depends. Somewhere it is 20%, somewhere it is 30%, or somewhere it is 50% of their diet. Then next step is the climate change. How climate change is affecting and how we are ignoring this. Even in the peak climate change situation happens in 99 and 2000 oscillation, we have been recorded since we have data. For academician, for researcher, for a scholar, it is the most important thing that you must have regular data with you. I'm sorry to say that many of the researchers visiting field, going for their PhD work, and just making some selfies and some photographs and some Facebook and WhatsApp posts, and that is it. We need to collect constant data, day to night data, 24 hours data, observation, whether you observe or now there are technologies, you can observe the wild animals and biodiversity through camera. What happens in nature? You must understand the natural world. Without knowing that, we are making some recommendation as and when we got the opportunity, whether it is right or wrong, no one knows. So climate change is a global phenomenon. But even in the peak decline in the rainfall and production and the severe drought, most of the protected area faced a serious problem. Their population of any given species has been declined more than 50%. But the population around people in human landscape is 100% buffered against any kind of drought or natural calamity. That is the most important thing. That is the beauty, or that is the area which need to understood, that how livestock and biodiversity and humans are living together and how they are supporting each other. कोविड आया, सारी की सारी बायोडायवर्सिटी ने हमें सपोर्ट किया. फेमिन आता है, लोगों के खेतों पे जानवर चराई करता है, कार्निवोर्स उनके लाइव स्टॉक पे सर्वाइव करता है, और हमने उनको सपोर्ट किया. इस तरह से इस वाइस वर्जा और मोजेक सिस्टम को समझना पड़ेगा. बिना इसको समझे हम बायोडायवर्सिटी को नहीं बचा पाएंगे. हम खाली बातें कर पाएंगे. जो तरह के, मैं आई एम सॉरी टू से, कि जिस तरह से हम फेसबुक पे सारे डाटा पड़े हुए हैं, अगर कोई भी अपने आप को ब्रीफ करना चाहे तो एनी स्कॉलर कैन गो एंड सर्च एंड फाइंड हंड्रेड्स ऑफ लिटरेचर. अगर हम खाली थ्योरेटिकल चीजों की बातें करते रहेंगे, वही 1964 का रिसेंट स्टडी हुआ बताते रहेंगे, इज नॉट गोइंग टू सर्व. और शायद आज इन्हीं सब मिसमैनेजमेंट का उसमें हम भी उतने ही जिम्मेदार हैं, क्योंकि हमें बिना ग्राउंड रियलिटी जाने कोई भी साइंटिफिक इनपुट देने का हक नहीं है. हमारे किसी साथी ने फॉर एग्जांपल कैमल को स्टेट एनिमल डिक्लेयर करवा दिया. व्हाट हैपेंड? Now the price which used to be the 40,000 or 50,000 per camel comes to the 20,000, 15,000. But that was not the reason. When I asked the scientists who declared from Camel Research Institute, director of the institute, why we have been declaring this? Because, sir, it is going for the slaughterhouse and population has been declining. Can we imagine? Can we know the facts? Goat is going for the slaughtering for every Eid, Bakrid, and otherwise also. People are eating, meat eating communities increasing day by day. Many communities, including, I don't take any name of the caste, it may become an issue for the organizers. But otherwise, we are knowing that people are eating. The goat which price is some 10 years before 2000 rupees, now it is costing 20,000. So how slaughtering can decrease a species? Their numbers are increasing. People are managing, they're making their poultry, they're making their income. So we must give a proper thorough suggestions, recommendations without knowing fact, without knowing the ground reality. We cannot come to any conclusion. So this climate change is very important and it is coming phenomena and it is globally happening. Wherever we understood this, that how human landscape and people are supporting any given biodiversity or flora or fauna of that area is even in the climatic change situation. So this is a small example. In protected area, when we took the oscillation data, which I was referring continuously, this is the data of 99 and 2000, how each population shows their presence and absence. So the langur, sloth bear, blue bull, and leopard, their population increased in 91 to 2005, almost 50% plus. Jackal, hyena, mongoose, their population is almost static. But at the same time, wildcat, jungle grey, jungle fowl, and wolves, four-horn antelope, wild boars, their population has been declined from 30 to 40%, somewhere 50%, and somewhere it is 50% population decline. Because there are many species which are not access to the crop feed. They are not access to the supplement food as compared to the langurs and sloth bear and blue bull. Similarly, leopard has been supplemented with domestic animals, whereas wolf is totally dependent on the wild animals. So their population has been declined. So that kind of problem during climate change situation happens in the protected area. Whereas in langurs, which are commensalism, which lives with the people, they are regularly getting supplement from people and their population has been increasing and maintained. This is what we want to say in nutshell, that any given species close to the human settlements, close to the people, dependent on the human subsidy, are surviving even in the climate change situation. So these human landscapes and these wild animals and these biodiversity in common property resources are a kind of joint venture. We need to understand both together. Because most of the carnivores and herbivores are surviving with the human subsidy. And that is the most important part. If you happen to any of the monkey side in Jodhpur, in Galta, in Mathura, you can see the kind of fruits, the kind of vegetable access to these langurs. This is one model for giving an example that Jodhpur becomes a kind of sanctuary. And it is just 50 kilometers plateau, almost more than 50 troops of langurs are surviving there. And all these langurs home range becomes ideal habitat for variety of other species. Lot many birds, mammals, reptiles, depending on these supplemented food by the people. And we have estimated people are spending more than 5 crore rupees per annum for these 50 troops. Morning to evening, we have calculated and counted and weighted the fruits and vegetables available to them. So similar kind of subsidy coming to all part of the country and many part of the world as well. So any given population, if this is an example that in Kumbhalgarh Wildlife Sanctuary, if there is a severe drought, there is any natural calamity, the langur population is affected. Whereas in Jodhpur, there is no ill effect of any climate change or natural calamities on the langur population because they are very close to people. They are supplemented by the people. They have been taken care by the people. And that the kind of vice versa system we have, that how human and nature and biodiversity can live together. But everything is not good. Whatever we are heading towards, if we see the kind of threat emerging in Thar Desert on these common property resources. Nowadays, prosopis becomes a lot of menace in many of these areas that need to be eradicated. Change in agricultural pattern. Land use pattern has been so much changed in last 10 years, 15 years. This is an example, and this is not a rocket science. Whatever I'm sharing with you, you can check with your own Google. There is a Google Earth software in every mobile phone. And you can see, you go to any of the village, these are the number of tube wells, the green spots in 2002. You can see in 2009, they are more than double. And in 2013, they are more than 50 times. So the whole landscape of biodiversity gone under agriculture. There is a slight change in biodiversity, but major change to the threatened species. The chinkara has been gone from this area. The wolf has been gone from this area. The place has been taken by blue bull and wild boars. Their numbers are increasing, which are a issue of conflict, which are the key species of man-animal conflict. But this is not a conflict. This has been created. This is man-made problem. Similarly, we are heading for a lot of energy programs in Thar Desert. We had Kane Energy exploring the oils. The first oil well was established in Barmer, Saraswati. And I was fortunate enough to do the initial environment impact assessment survey in that area in 1998 or 9. And since then, I was associated with them, and I'm recently visited some of the Thar Desert area, and we have, you people have just seen some of the coming slides. I'll be winding up in next 5 minutes, please. So it is most important that what is happening on the ground, we must understand and we must update us. So solar becomes a huge energy source and livelihood source for local people. And you can see these are the solar plants by the majority of private companies, and wind turbines are there. And how they are affecting. Before establishing any solar plant, they will cut all the trees from that area. If I can take an example of Bikaner, within Bikaner district, more than 50,000 hectare area has been taken over by the solar plants. And for that, they have been cut down 5 lakh KGD, Jar, Care, Kummat, all the native species of this area. Similarly, a large challenge comes in the wind turbine area. This wind turbine blade is very long and very sharp. And birds, including great Indian bustard, is killed by these blades every day. And this is a constant machine running over 24 hours. As and when, every time we hear in the news and people, students from the field reporting, sir, aaj ek aur go down mar gaya. Aaj ek aur vulture mar gaya, schedule 1 species ka. So we need to understand at what cost we are heading for energy. We are giving company 2 rupees per unit and we are selling this energy with the network of wire throughout the area, which is exposed to the constant threat to the biodiversity of this area. Every now and then, birds, mammals, reptiles got electrocuted and killed by these power programs. This is the Great Indian Bustard in electrocuted power. More than 2,700-kilometer power supplies are going on open wires. They are exposed to all kinds of threat to the scheduled species. And as an expert, as an academician, we can aware people, we can aware policymakers, we can write articles, we can inform, we can collect data through scholars and students, we can visit fields. So just on the name of green energy is a very small example of this plant. They cut more than 50 species. That includes more than 500 plants, trees, with the age of 5 to 25, 50 years. So this is the scenario, as I was referring, that more than 50,000 hectares is under solar plant. And you can see the Google image or the satellite image, how they are clearing the forest without any notification, without any green audit, without any environment impact assessment. The government and the policies allowing them to clean up all the forests. In Thar Desert, we have too many rare, very kind of natural resources. Water is a very precious resource for us, and the vegetation, which produces food and fodder for us. And these are all KGD trees. At one time, this area have a clear-cut example, 363 people sacrificed their life to protect the KGD tree. And now we are cutting lakhs of kg trees on the name of energy, on the name of development. So with the Google search, Google map, you can find out, just search solar plant, Rajasthan, India, or any part of the world. If it is a area with arid area, with the arid region of Asia, Africa, wherever it is, the solar is very harmful. If it is a mountain area, that is very useful. Even in the urban area, it is very useful. But at the cost of green trees, at the cost of water, it is a coming threat to this region. We need to understand that. Wherever the solar plants are exist, we have been surveyed, our scholars are working there. No ephemerals, no insects can be seen there. And insects are very precious. How important tiger is for the biodiversity, the pollinators are equally important for us. If they are not there, we cannot protect our horticulture and agriculture production. Nowadays, people are facing a lot of problems. My one of friend called me from Jaisalmer. Dr. Sangani, will you please send me 2 kilograms of pollen powder? I said, what you are going to do? He said, my date palm female flower has been flowering. Males are flowering, but there is no insects there. So they are doing artificial pollination with the brushes. I said, seriously, we are heading for such development? We are heading for such innovation of the energy? We need to rethink it again. And this is a small example of Khari Charnan. This is a village very close to Bikaner, 35 kilometers from Bikaner. And you can see, so whatever I say is all with the facts and figures and very simple facts. This Khari Charnan area in 2014 used to have more than 120 water bodies. You can see all these blue spots are the water bodies. And the similar area in 2022, these are Landsat data. These are all satellite data, not collected by anyone else. Whatever we say is being supplemented by this image. Only 10 water bodies left. That is it. So more than 100 water bodies has been disappeared. How they disappear? Because solar plant has been established here. And area around the solar plants need to cool their plates. Solar plates need to be very cool. If the temperature raise up to 50 degree, then they need to run water to make them cool. And at the same time, since we are in Thar desert, their plates need to be cleaned with the water. So every day they need 1 or 2 tankers, which is of 5,000 liters or 10,000 liters. So water is a precious resource for them, and it is a scarce resource for Thar desert. So we need to understand how these green energy programs are viable to this area, viable for the biodiversity, since these biodiversity has been lost. The wild flora and fauna dependent on these 110 water bodies has been gone from that area. Birds have been moved away or they have been died. Without knowing the facts, we are still have planning to introduce 1 lakh hectare area under the solar plants. So I don't know what kind of challenge we are going to face. So at the same time, not all the time, whatever we say, people has been taking a perspective. These are the academicians always giving anti-government and anti-planning, anti-development suggestions. No, we are just sharing the facts. We are also suggesting you that there is a 1700 kilometer canal in the Thar desert, which is somewhere 100 meter wide, somewhere 50 meter wide. Why don't you put all your solar plants on these canals? Very simple, no tree cutting is required. Even this system is going to helpful. You can stop evaporation of water. You can stop doing canal जो cleaning आपको करनी पड़ती है, जो silting का problem आ रहा है, you are away from that. So you can give constant water supply to your audience, to your people. Bikaner, Jaisalmer, Jodhpur is now going to face a serious problem for 2 months. And that is going to start on 26th March. That has been declared. The huge advertisement in the newspapers and news cuttings that we are going to stop this water supply for 2 months, sorry. So this 2 months, the water tankering price goes up to 1,000 to 2,000 rupees per tanker. People are crying and crying, making agitations, going to the PhD department, going to the ministers, going to the politicians. This is what we want. And then who is voted for them, get the tanker supply, who didn't voted for them, won't get the water supply. That kind of unequity distribution is we are creating, which was not in traditional practice. Any caste, creed can go, any livestock and wild animal can go and drink water at a water body in the village. But now we are making it politically favorable for us or unfavorable for us. I'm not going to discuss much about it. So this is a clear-cut and very acceptable suggestion. Many of the states and many parts of the world, it has been well practiced that you can cover this canal. So this allow you to reduce the evaporation and also the problem of silting. You won't get silt inside once the plant covered. So there is urgent need to conserve traditional ecosystem and human landscape area. First of all, they need to be digitally mapped. Still, there is no single record which can compile all these data, how many common property resources. One of my scholar, Dr. Karni Singh, recently got his PhD. He worked out in Bikaner and he collected data more than 600 water bodies, rural water bodies in Bikaner district. More than 400 pasture lands on the name of Gochar. More than 200 Orans on the name of sacred groves. They are of the variety of the sizes. So each district has, each state has such kind of sacred groves and common property resources. We need to understand the scenario, their socio-economic value, how important these patterns and these land use are, and we must plan accordingly. And any kind of developmental program, whether it is a solar energy or wind turbine or mining or whatever it is, we need to think, we need to involve the people, how important that land is utilized, what is the present land use, how many livestock, how many wild animals are dependent on that. Before cutting all these trees, before clearing the grounds, we need to take care of that. And for that, environment impact assessment or environment audit is a must for all kind of development program in fragile ecosystems, especially ecosystems like Thar Desert. So I'm thankful to organizers and I'm thankful to the audience. With all kind of disturbance here and there, I may take some few minutes more. I apologize for that. I'm thankful to the principal, Rajrishi Government Autonomous College. I'm thankful to Rajrishi University, Alwar. I'm so thankful to my Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, for allowing me to interact with you, because I have been given charges of research director and some other additional departments. So, and most importantly, lastly but not least, my sincere thanks to all the participants, because you are our ambassadors, you are our hope. So we want to share every bit of knowledge with you, every fact of we learned from our teacher, from our field visits, from our field experience. Want to share with you with this hope that you people can take care. You are the future protector of this nature. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sundani, for such a wonderful address. We really appreciate your presence with us. You were very methodical and very elaborate in your presentation. Of course, you took a lot of time, but none of us wanted to stop. It was like we always welcome. Thank you so much for your presence, and we look forward to you stay with us, because we want you to speak up feedback as well, because you have been with us since the beginning of the ISTTP-7. तो आप हमारे साथ बने रहिए और हमें फीडबैक दीजिएगा जो हमारे बहुत प्रेशियस और महत्वपूर्ण होगा। आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और आपको साथ हुआ सुंदर कार्यक्रम के लिए धन्यवाद आपका हमारे साथ जुड़ने। So now I would like to call upon Dr. L.K. Sharma, Associate Professor, Awaj Ashi College, Alwar. He is also one of the advisors of ISTTP, and he has been one of the key stakeholders who has been helping us in most of the ways in doing many events at environmental toxicology. All who have come here in our offline conference do very, very well. So without taking much time, because we are already running late on the session, I would like to request Dr. L.K. Sharma to start with this presentation. So the stage is all yours. Dr. Sharma.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mamta Sharma. All the respected participants, joiners, the authority of the Rajrishi College, Rusa in charge, organizing secretary, Dr. Pankaj Sharma, Dr. Ravidas Sharma, senior secretary member of the Assembly, and Principal Dr. Hukam Singh. यहाँ जब इसका ओपनिंग सेरेमनी हुई ISTTP 7 की तब महाराजा भर्तृहरि हरि की बातें की गई और उस संदर्भ में मैं निवेदन करना चाहता हूँ कि ये लोगों को पता नहीं जो इस क्षेत्र से बाहर गए हैं कि महाराज जो रहते हैं व्यक्ति का सही नाम है कभी सर्वेंट और हरि के सेवक ये उज्जैन में भी रहते थे और दुर्बल और पिता भी महाराजाओं में इनकी गिनती हुई है और मानसिक कुछ घरेलू कारणों से प्रताड़ित होकर उन्होंने नाथ संप्रदाय में अपनी दीक्षा ग्रहण कर ली। इसके बाद इन्होंने उज्जैनी में वहां की गुफाओं में उस दिन तपस्या की और इसके बाद ये अलवर रखकर ये जिस जगह बसे उस जगह को भी हरदरी के नाम से यानी इनके नाम से ही जाना जाता है और कहते हैं ऐसे तीव्र किया है कि वहां पर इन्होंने अपना त्रिशूल गाड़ा और वहां से पानी का सोता फूटा। जो लोग यहाँ के लोकल हैं या जो लोग गए हैं वो जानते हैं कि वो पानी अभी तक वहां से प्रवाहित हो रहा है और साथ ही थॉक का एक बहुत थिक पैच है हमारा एजुकेशन का एनोनिसिस पेंडुलम जिसे हम बोलेंगे हिंदी में। तो ये प्राग ऐतिहासिक काल का सबसे पहला और इस प्रकार से जुड़ा। तो मैं भी क्योंकि समय बहुत हो चुका है और हमारे डायरेक्टर और ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सेक्रेटरी मोहम्मद शर्मा जी का आदेश है कि मैं बहुत जल्दी से अपनी बात खत्म करूं तो मैं ट्राई कर रहा हूं एंड आई विल confine by this presentation on oral solid और डॉक्टर छिंगाड़ी इसके बारे में बहुत कुछ बता चुके हैं और टेक्निकल फाइनेंशियल नॉलेज उन्होंने दी है। मैं थोड़ा सा उसे एक्सप्लेन करने की कोशिश करता हूं। The oral is sacred to protect biodiversity and environment, and in Rajasthan state there is usually an overlap between poacher and roots, common pastures, and oral or Devani, the sacred woodlands. Various studies suggested that the estimated number of woodlands in Rajasthan is over 25,000. The area under an oral can vary from 2 square meters to somewhere 100 hectares. The owners currently face various threats like mining, quarrying, encroachment, and other depleting factors. The fact in younger generation is a problem, and this situation is similar throughout our country. In arid Rajasthan, where summer temperatures regularly go up to 50 degrees centigrade, forests provide shade, fuel, wood, fodder, and even food and clothing for humans and animals. They are controlled by a complex management system that has played an important role in the ecology, politics, and history of the Rajasthan. It is an excellent study of how local communities protected their common resources and provide food and shelter to animals in harsh and arid conditions. So, I have already derived from the Sanskrit word aranya, meaning forest. Forests are patches of jungle preserved in the name of local entities or saints. They are also known as Bear Bunny. That is a forest of God. Aranya out of forest was the place where the Aranya got to the forest. ये लोग हमारा एक बात है ये भी यहाँ लिखा गया था पर and Burmese whether the orals which have exclusively retained the Aranya their were the location where this happened. For this review, we have classified the sacred areas into sacred groves, sacred corridors, temple forests, gardens, etc. And forests or in around these can be classified in the first group. They are located near place and close to the water source. Such groves are also at the top of small hills in around and where people worship daily in the localities like I earlier narrated the history of Mark and Victory. Then the local technique like railroad and Mother and also Lord Mahadev. Sometimes part of the vegetation in a watershed is protected. Large trees and river vessels are the prominent feature of these two. The Rajasthan State Forest Policy 2010 acknowledges the importance of forests and developing as highlights of war forest and repositories of rich biodiversity. We know that some of the cities are excellent example of people religious faith and conservation. Forests like sectarian growth elsewhere in India are a direct result of political conservation efforts and local management system. This excellent tradition should be left untouched. Now, the owners have also served as grazing ground for pastoralists and a concept that is very important as a social mechanism to protect the livelihood of the economically vulnerable sections of pastoralists and the livestock dependent rural communities by recognizing and securing their right to natural resources for forestry rights and livelihood. The community managed forests, the traditional could be found all over those areas in ancient times as an explicit acknowledgement of the vulnerability of the stratified society, who therefore required some mechanism that directed their diversities in contrast with common lands belonging to the village and therefore the control of ancient laws dedicated these areas to divinity, thereby ensuring the entire community had an equal stake in their resources. The forest used to be a source of natural tuna, timber, berries, fruits, and herbs. Many species are found both within and outside the woods, and traditional societies use them for a variety of livelihood needs. For example, to provide traditional non-timber forest products and substance goods to the people. Necessary the sites to the pest control, cavity nesting birds, and other wild animals. Protecting the species that offers acting on disease and enhance the availability of money. Developing safely of charts and strict production area of ethnocellular transmission and sustaining the essential ecological substances and life support. So it's provided vital livestock, water, water provided mining forest produce, medicinal plants, and green cover for the sun. In India, more than 1 million hectares of the common land is covered under these zones. Thus, the play an important role in promoting the flourishing livestock based economy and the growth of livestock recovery. Therefore, for them managing forests is crucial for their sustainable development. There are about 41% of livestock is dependent on the oils in Barbary district of Rajasthan. In addition, the livestock economy covers also benefits and diversity of the trees. The main partner source for the livestock population is solar varieties in the world. Many of these species are found both within and outside of us. For a traditional society, a variety of livelihood concerns, managing biodiversity, crucial for their sustainable development. Precisely, floral biodiversity ignorance is very rich. They not only use certain non-timber forest products, but they also have the multiple use livelihood. Flora serves four main purposes. One, vegetation is grounds for livestock. Second, watering places for the livestock. Third, resting places for the livestock. And fourth, and most important, is medicine in a botanical form. Flora serves as gene pool conservation system in the repositories of rich biogenetic speak the value, local and universal manifestation of aesthetic tradition and social management of the ecologically valuable species perform a key function in the ecosystem, thereby contributing the support and advancement of the biodiversity. The species are selected and developed by the local community, cultural and religious agents. Currently, at least 3% of the recorded bird flora or biological diversity of this area is one of the most significant area with several thousand species flora found in the area, and Dr. Changai will said to this regard. And the species, the most of the ours, the is located in South Africa, also situated here, which is for Mauritiana and Serbia, or whatever the area, shrubs like Procera, and various species of animals. Whereas in around the most dominant species of of Radula and Caparis and Acacia tree, Acacia decoration, Indian Valeritis Diptica, and the Adosa Palash. In the hills and cultivating place, however, the forest allowing the person is things to getting access to ground. Some forests subdue all the very species of trees. For example, in Kerala, they would be located in our district, mainly the Aerogenesis spatula is found in the Talmash, there is found Terminalia Arjuna, and while Z and J orange in southern restaurants support Khazur in its silver smith. Among the finest examples, we characteristic are the Sheetal Das Tikani and two different ones located in these areas, the village Rangi and where respectively of the district in Assam and situated on the hills to distance of 5 kilometers from each other. The study reports a total of 72 species belonging to a different families and genera. About 27 species are reported to be extinct from these groups. Since there is no record of biodiversity in the past, no one can say for sure how many species it has already lost. There is species like Google, Omicron, and other Symbology or Monosperma, etc. You also various species like the primary forest is compared entirely. The trees above 5 to 10 meters with little shrubs on the dominating tree species still are about hair, they will be people burger, woolen sala, that is Bosphorus and baboon, occasionally tiger and hair. The orange preserve the endemic and desert or threatened species, medicinal plants, and a wide variety of cultivars found. One of the best examples is geopoda, that is उत्तरी जीवन रॉक्स पर ध्यान होगा अभी संसद में भी इस प्लांट की बड़ी चर्चा होती है बाबा रामदेव ने दवा बनाने उत्तरी जीवन रॉक्स पर it is species this is not only found in Rajasthan other than Japan is very located in Iraq village of Bangladesh. One of the studies found that forests of provide cavity gas sites of all 3 species of parrots, 7 species of common, and 1 species of kingfisher, 5 species of keepers, and 2 species of bobcats, 2 species of mynas, and 1 species of kids. The forums are very useful in maintenance of the species. They are also known to be considerable value for medicinal plants like Usam, that is Red Mexica, which are used to pick up syrups, and while other species such as green and wild grapes are valuable for home consumption and trade. प्रधानमंत्री ने श्रिया में का नाम दिया गया है इस तरह के जो मोटे होते हैं एडिशन गवर्नेंस that scientific research leading to food and food development, pharmaceutical, chemical, and food processing industries. frequent tree species in this area of our टर्मिनेलिया नाग वृक्ष जो इसी के लिए जाना जाता है। इसी समय जो गर्म और ठंडे पानी की स्रोत भी है, यहाँ पर अर्जुन के वृक्ष होते हैं, ताल टर्मिनेलिया का जो हाड़ अर्जुना इसके खूब कर maybe what it's and you know just suspect ficus religiosa, ficus bengalensis, and ficus longa. Several species of characteristic birds excavate and the one of another prominent feature of these ornaments, the fairs and festivals have retained their religious and the religious community organizing melas and coincide where they discern their commitment towards the in this arrangement, the sanctity of the domain ensures a ready and plentiful availability of an important energy source for the benefit of all. Most of the melas are generally organized on specific dates, which vary from the order to order and are related to some religious or social event of significant importance. Thus, the ethnic, cultural, and historical factors also play an important role in bringing the order serve as a refuge for biosanitary diversity and peaceful conservation. Second, repositories of ethical or social force of creation and regulation and values of global manifestation and aesthetic tradition and religious. Third, in nutshell, orals वनवासों के लिए क्यों पैरामीटर करेंगे और इसमें बुजुर्ग जो विशेष तौर पर हमारी जनजातियों से आते हैं, ये किसी वैज्ञानिक की तरह है और जो नई पीढ़ी है इसमें हम लोग आते हैं, हम एक शोधार्थी में करें और ये वनवासी बुजुर्ग जनजाति के हमारे लिए सम्मानित बुजुर्ग अपने अनुभवों के आधार पर युवाओं को जीना सिखाते हैं, पारंपरिक ज्ञान को साझा करते हैं और सर्व बहुत ही सुखी नाम के भाव को खड़ा कर उदार डालते हैं। मैंने इस पर थोड़ा सा काम उदय को किया था और हमारे गुरु जी डॉक्टर लक्ष्मी नारायण व्यास जी के देहावसान की बात का लगभग शीश हो गया, तो ज्यादा नहीं हो सका तो कविता लिखना शुरू किया और इस पे कविता अभी पद्मनाभ बिहार साहित्य अकादमी के इन्होंने संकलन निकाला है। उस संकलन में से प्रगति की पत्मा ये संकलन का नाम है जो बिहार साहित्य अकादमी ने निकाली है और कविता कवि के भाव जगत का चित्र हुआ करती है और सच्चे कवि की कविता सच्चा मित्र हुआ करती है और युग की शिराओं में कविता शोणित करती है, युग की शिराओं में कविता शोणित करती है और वह समाज मर जाता है जिसकी कविता मरती है, समाज मर जाता है जिसकी कविता करती है। तो मैं इस कविता से एक अंश आपको सुनाने चाहता हूँ, तो बिहार साहित्य अकादमी के प्रगति के ग्रंथ में शामिल किया गया है और इसका टाइटल है देवाती देवर नहीं रहे। ये कहानी है नॉस्टैल्जिया की, इसमें मेरे बचपन की कथा है, इसमें कोई बावड़ी है और एक बेटा आता है, खेत में पोखर आते हैं, मछलियां आती हैं और एक हमारे बटाईदार का जिक्र है जो आर्मी से रिटायर होकर कहानियां सुनाते हैं। तो आपके बंदी से तो झुरमुट नहीं रहे पेड़ों के और पोखर नहीं रहे, झुरमुट नहीं रहे पेड़ों के और पोखर नहीं रहे, मेरे गांव में भी अब देहाती पेवर नहीं रहे। घूंघटों में अपनी रात का छीनते वो नट गोप नहीं रहे, वो शाम सुंदर नहीं रहे और महुआ घटवारे की सब कथा सुनाते थे जो बच्चों को, बरगद के नीचे बसेरा की माँ बाप पर नहीं रहे और यह सड़क जो धूल उड़ाती है पहले घास भरी पगडंडी थी, यह सड़क जो धूल उड़ाती है पहले घास भरी पगडंडी थी, लगते थे सुंदर खेत हरे उनके मुकले नहीं रहे और उस पत्थरी पहाड़ की उस कठिन पहाड़ की छाती किसने छील दी। जिन बदन गिला के पहाड़ों पे हवाओं के गीत को बनकर नहीं रहे और से निकल पहाड़ियों तक दौड़ते मृग छापों के जो अब जाने क्यों कर नहीं रहे और नदियों को फैक्ट्रियां ली गई, खेतों को खा गए हाईवे। कौन कहता है मेरे गांव में अब कोई भी बेघर नहीं रहे, कौन कहता है मेरे गांव में अब कोई भी बेघर नहीं रहे। और जहाँ बतख डुबकी लगाते थे बच्चे मुंगरी को पकड़ के लाते थे, जहाँ बतख डुबकी लगाते थे बच्चे मुंगरी को पकड़ के लाते थे। मेरे गांव के वो ताल क्या हुए, मेरी आंखों के वो समंदर नहीं रहे और बदल दिया शहर में उनको धन कटनी करती फूलों से बहती लड़कियों के देशों और की जेवर नहीं रहे। और पलाश से घिरे गांव में कत्ल कर दिए पेड़ सभी, धूप में जलते बटोही के लिए पीपल बंधन से तरुवर नहीं रहे। गर्मी में सोते थे चादर उठकर रस्ते में ठुकराते थे और बगली बगिया संग मेरे गांव में पहले जैसे मौसम सुंदर नहीं रहे। सरसों के खेत में उगती तितलियां सावन में इंद्र सब मंतर हुए, काली चिड़ैया के अनेक होंगे नहीं रहे और भरी दोपहरी अमराई में कोयल की बोलियां नहीं रही। स्कूटरों से छापते हरियर को खेलियां नहीं रही। अब कंक्रीट का जंगल है वहां, मेरे गांव में कोई गुज्जर नहीं रहे, मेरे गांव में कोई गुज्जर नहीं रहे। और ग्राम में देवता को अर्पित चुपोरण मन कहलाते थे, ग्राम में देवता को अर्पित चुपोरण मन कहलाते थे। बरगद पीपल की देव बनी कहकर रखे जाते थे। जमीन खोरी की हवस में वो रिसोर्ट्स में तब्दील हुए और प्राणवायु के नैसर्गिक से लेकर पुरखों की धरोहर नहीं रहे, पुरखों की धरोहर नहीं रहे। थैंक यू सो मच मुझे अपने व्यस्तम समय से थोड़ा सा समय देने के लिए और आपको बहुत बधाई हो। आज आपके साथ 24 घंटे जुड़े हैं और लगभग आपके साथ ये निश्चित रूप से ना केवल राजस्थान में बल्कि देश में और विश्व में हमारा एक नाम स्थापित करने की दिशा में एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण काम है। और इसके लिए पुनः आपको हमारे आचार्य महोदय और ममता शर्मा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन और इनके साथ शीतल है, ऋषि है, डॉक्टर रविकांत शर्मा जी है, डॉक्टर विजय सिंह जी, जनरमानी और जो भी नहीं है, साथ ही हमारे मीडिया के साथी पुष्पेंद्र जी हमारे साथ लगातार बने रहते हैं। आप सभी अपनी ओर से अपने महाविद्यालय परिवार की ओर से हार्दिक आपका अभिनंदन। थैंक यू।
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Sharma. That was really a wonderful presentation. And let me tell you, I know you are a professor of botany, but the way you have shown the face to us that what we are doing for environment and what the organization is doing to our villages is really heartbreaking. Just, I know you are a good poet, but the way you explain it's mesmerizing. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. We apologize that we could not give you much time because of the sessions were extended to your time. Thank you so much. And with this, with the permission of the chair, we would like to start with the valedictory session. Good afternoon, everyone. On the behalf of the principal and organizing committee, it's my pleasure to welcome you all to the valedictory session of International Short-Term Training Program 7, which has gained its popular name as ISTTP-7, the chosen topic on biodiversity and environment conservation, under government enhancing quality and excellence through 2.0 scheme and commissioning and state project directed in college education government of Rajasthan, India, which is duly being organized by Rajasthan Government Autonomous College, Alpha, which is formerly known as Alpha. This is Dr. Pankaj organizing secondary signing in from the Jubilee Hall. Life is a song, sing it. Life is a game, play it. Life is a challenge, meet it. Life is a dream, realize it. Life is a sacrifice, offer it. Life is love, enjoy it. Sai Baba said it, so life it is. Welcome every morning with a smile. Look on the new day as another special gift from your creator. Another golden opportunity to complete what you were unable to finish yesterday. Be a self-starter. Let your first heart set the success and positive action that is certain to echo through your entire day. Today will never ever happen again. A hearty welcome to you. आप सभी का ISTTP 7 के वैलिडिटी सेशन में बहुत स्वागत है। आप सभी का अभिनंदन है। वेदों में कहा गया है अतिथि देवो भव अर्थात अतिथि देव का स्वरूप होता है। आइए मैं आपको अपने चीफ गेस्ट आज की हमारी अतिथि है डॉक्टर उमेश राय। डॉक्टर राय इज वर्किंग एज एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर एट जीडी गर्ल्स कॉलेज एट आलमोड़ा। सर आपका बहुत स्वागत है। सर आपका अभिनंदन। माँ सरस्वती ज्ञान और what are you doing? माँ सरस्वती ज्ञान और चेतना का प्रतिनिधित्व करती है। वे व्यक्ति चलती है। माँ सरस्वती के सम्मान समस्त ज्ञान चेतना साहित्य संगीत और कला की देवी माना जाता है। माँ सरस्वती की आराधना करते हुए इस प्रोग्राम की वैलिडिटी सेशन की शुरुआत करते हैं। सूरज अगर यहाँ पर उम्मीद जलाने आया है, ये शार तेरा है, शहर तेरा, ये अलग जगह देने आया है। विस्मृति पद के मंदिर पर ये नए नंबर पर आया है। भारती की आशीष से हमसे हृदय दर्शाया है। सूरज उतर कर यहाँ पर उम्मीद जलाने आया है। अब बहुत ही आदर और सम्मान के साथ मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ हमारे मंच आसीन अतिथियों कि वे माँ सरस्वती के आगे दीप प्रज्वलित कर इस वैलिडिटी सेशन की शुरुआत करें। शुभम कर दीपो ज्योति प्रभा दीपो ज्योति जलाकर दीपो भक्तों ने बाबा संध्या नमस्ते नमस्ते। जब शुभ करता है कल्याण करता है आरोग्य रखता है धन संपदा सर्वबुद्धि का विनाश करता है ऐसी दीप की रोशनी को मैं नमन करती हूँ। For all the delegates who are joining from the different parts of the world, a translation in English from what I said above. In India, Ma Saraswati is known as goddess of knowledge, wisdom, and education. So we are making the validity session of ISTTP-7 by the Namrika, worshiping her. Lighting ceremony is being done by our chief guests, our veteran principal faculty members. आप सभी का बहुत वेदों में कहा गया है कि अतिथि देवो भव अर्थात अतिथि देव का स्वरूप है। So now it's time to formally welcome our guest. One of the marvelous things about the community like we all are here as a community is to protect the environment that enables us to welcome people in a way as individuals. So our community is very happy and pleased to welcome our guest, Dr. Umesh Rai. I would request our veteran principal to welcome our guest. The welcome is done with sour and a short and flowers and a green salad. एक मुस्कान सर्वव्यापी स्वागत है। शब्दों का वजन तो हमारे बोलने के भाव से पता चलता है, वरना तो दीवारों पर भी वेलकम लिखा होता है। ठीक है, आमंत्रण किया रखा हमारा मान कैसे करें कदर स्वागत है श्रीमान, स्वागत है श्रीमान। सर आपका अभिनंदन, आपका स्वागत बहुत। हम बहुत खुश हैं, हर्षित हैं, उल्लासित हैं सर आपका। आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपने
अभी आ जाओ मैडम, आ जाओ सर, आप दोनों सारे आप
सर आपने
सवार को भेजनी।
आप सभी का बहुत बहुत अब मैं डॉक्टर रविकांत शर्मा और छोटी फैकल्टी मेंबर जो आपको उपस्थित हैं उनसे आग्रह करती हूँ कि वे हमारे फिटनेस डॉक्टर का सीधा स्वागत करें, उनका अभिनंदन करें। सर आपका स्वागत, आपका अभिनंदन, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आपके आशीर्वाद से ये सब हो रहा है। आपने जो कदम जगाया पर्यावरण संरक्षण का, हम आशा करते हैं कि आप इसी तरह से पर्यावरण संरक्षण करने के लिए आशीर्वाद देते रहेंगे।
थोड़ा सा
आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत। सर आपका स्वागत, आपका बहुत अभी आपके टप्पे के अवकाश
आजा आजा छोटा भैया कोई हमारे
Thank you so much for sending the high five and likes in the chat box. We really appreciate the presence and the attention and the devotion and the attachment of all the delegates who have joined us. सर मैं आपको बताना चाहती हूँ सर बहुत उसको बच्चे के वहाँ से हाई फाइव आते हैं, आप देखते होंगे शिक्षा को देखता होगा, वो लोग लाइव करके बता रहे हैं कि प्रोग्राम बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, जो हमारे डेलीगेट्स हैं वो चैट बॉक्स में हमें हाई फाइव और रेज। थैंक यू सो मच। इस स्वागत की श्रृंखला को आगे बढ़ाते हुए अब हम दो लोगों का सम्मान करना चाहूंगी जिन्होंने हमें हर प्रकार की सहायता, जब भी हमने उनसे ये बात की आज हमें इस चीज की जरूरत है या आप इस तरह से हमें सपोर्ट करें, इस तरह से हम इस प्रोग्राम को करना चाहते हैं, आप कुछ हमें एडवाइसेस दें, ये दो लोग हमेशा हमारे साथ हैं। हम बहुत बहुत इनका धन्यवाद करते हैं कि जिस तरह से हमें सपोर्ट किया वो काम मिलेगा। बहुत ही आदर और सम्मान के साथ मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ डॉक्टर विजय सिंह यादव जी को। सर आपका स्वागत, आपका मैं सभी फैकल्टी मेंबर से स्वागत करेंगे।
तो वो तो कोई है आप इनको बाद में करेंगे इनको बात करेंगे आप क्या मैं चाहता था फोटो के साथ खड़ा कर। अच्छा और खड़ा है मैं ये हमारे प्रिंसिपल सर ये कह रहे हैं कि दोनों का स्वागत एक साथ करें। चंद्रकुमार मीना जो कि एचओडी है हिंदी विभाग में और डॉक्टर यादव एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर है केमिस्ट्री डिपार्टमेंट में और इग्नू की इंचार्ज है। तो आपका बहुत बहुत इधर सामने वाले
बहुत अच्छा लगा। I would like to tell all the delegates that time turban is again an art and is the biggest gratitude we get paid in the University of Rajasthan. So Dr. Chandrapal Meena is time turban. आप दोनों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत सर आपकी बहुत बड़ी शिकायत है आप सभी का बहुत बहुत
बिल्कुल भी रोड नहीं
Thank you everyone for being the honors, and I'm glad to tell our chief guest and all the faculty members present here and our patron and principal that we are very, very happy and pleased to have you here with us. Can we have the chat box closed, please? One more thing I would like to take a pen down by everyone is that there are two powers in the world. One is the soul and the other is the sense. There's a third power in the world. I would like to tell everyone who has joined us here and our chief guest is present here that women is keeping more than 50% stake in this training program, and we properly state that RRC strongly believe in gender equity. Thank you so much for all the power women who have joined us. ISTTP-7 is happening under the auspices of Rashtriya Uttara Shiksha Abhiyan at Rajrishi College, Alpur. Rajrishi College academic community is very happy and vigilant when it comes to the point of environmental conservation. And all the faculty members in this college, they support the work of environmental conservation or biodiversity conservation. Dr. C. Devina at present is heading the Department of Movie. He's also having the sports department as a sports officer. बहुत ही आदर सम्मान के साथ मैं डॉक्टर चंद्रकांत यहाँ पर स्टेज पे करती हूँ कि वे हमारे अतिथि का स्वागत करें। सर आपका स्वागत आपका चंद्रकांत का।
नमस्कार, आप सभी को दिल की गहराई से आपने भी इसमें जुड़े हुए लोग हैं, बाहर से पता है मेरे साथी उनका शर्मा प्रिंसिपल महोदय मेरे श्रद्धेय उनका बहुत सम्मान करते हैं और आप जो भी काम मुझे सकते हैं मैं पूरी ईमानदारी के साथ निष्ठा के साथ करने की कोशिश आप सबका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, अभिनंदन है। आप सबका दिल से आभार प्रकट करने के लिए मैं इस पद पर उपस्थित हूँ। अनेक अनेक साधुवाद, शुभकामनाएं, धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, Dr. आपने बहुत छोटा बहुत दिल से जो बात बोली वो बहुत छोटी। धन्यवाद आपका कि आप आए, आपने समय निकाला और आपने सब धन्यवाद ज्ञापन किया। A quick recap from the 7 days of great battle between 31 keynote addresses, 2,800 registrations, 24 countries. What an exuberant number. So the ISTTP-7 achieves its goal of bringing together academicians, scientists, engineers, doctors, researchers, professionals, practitioners, and consultants from all over the globe together under one forum discussing the latest finding about biodiversity and environmental conservation and saving of the natural resources and developing alternate sources of power while reducing pollution and harm. Let me get you the countries first. Philippines, Pakistan, Nigeria, Malaysia, Saudi Arabia, Bangladesh, Ethiopia, Sri Lanka, Libya, Oman, Egypt, Canada, Singapore, United Arab Emirates, Australia, United States of America, United Kingdom, China, Netherlands, Ghana, Namibia, Portugal, and of course the host country, India. The speaker countries were 10. Malaysia, Philippines, Tanzania, United States of America, Canada, Ethiopia. First time we had Pakistan. First time we had Russia, and first time we had Nigeria, and of course the host country. I would like to tell everyone that we had a conference in December, which was multidisciplinary aspect of environment and sustainable development under COVID-19 pandemic. 2021 held from 15 to 18 December 2021, and the 8 books were edited by Dr. Uttam Singh and Dr. Sharma. They were out, and all the papers were published. The title of the book are Book 1, Environmental Information Applied to Human Life. Book 2, Environmental Influence, and Book 3, Emerging Trends in Sustainable Development. Book 4, COVID-19 Pandemic Earth Disaster. Book 5, Multidisciplinary was Pharmacology. Book 6, Recent Advances in Science and Technology. Book 7, Recent Advances in Science and Economics. And Book 8, Recent Advances in Science and Economics. These books have been published by Pustak Bharati, and these are the international books which were published from Canada. And heartiest congratulations to all members and all the people who have been the members. Heartiest congratulations to all the researchers and authors. These books bring down to a balanced state-of-the-art presentation of the latest concepts, methods, algorithms, techniques, procedures, application of fascinating field of pharmacology, science, technology, pollution, financial saving, so many things written by eminently international experts and their contributors who provide complete aspects of topic discussed and present French original insight and their experience with the science and economics and pollution and ecology. Now it's time to get a bit nostalgic. As I've told you, we are journey from December 2021, and now we are sitting in March of 2023. पर्यावरण प्रदूषण के सबसे मुख्य कारण तेल की कोयला जैसे ईंधन जलने से निकलने वाली पदार्थ, इंडस्ट्री से निकला कचरा, जंगलों की आग, प्लास्टिक कचरा, बढ़ता शहरीकरण जिसके बारे में अभी बहुत अच्छे से बताया, न्यूक्लियर वेस्ट, केमिकल खादों की कीटनाशक, घटते जंगल, गाड़ियों का धुआं, खनन मार्ग जैसा कि बहुत अच्छे से बताया कि किस तरह से हम जंगलों में घरों में क्या हो जाएंगे तो राजर्षि कॉलेज पर्यावरण संरक्षण को लेकर बहुत सजग है और बहुत काम कर रहा है। ISTTP second, the impact and the potential of environmental pollution in the past, present, future, held on 20th to 26th April 2022. There is a saying that think globally and work locally. There is no time left for development talks, so it's time to act. So let's have the video of ISTTP. I will request my team members. To kindly play the video of ISTTP. Thank you. Now, all the knowledge and continuing program and the question of the and the concept book for the participants to join for all services. I really hope that the information shared has been all the participants. We need to learn from each and every person related first to this. I also use all the participants time. They are the program and they have been that is strategic. Thank you so much. I look forward to seeing more tomorrow. So this is the show of frequency agent. To sign off on the plans of God's actually agricultural and see you all tomorrow. Bye. तो ये जो ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम है जब इसके साथ क्या था तो बाद में यही बात आ रही है आज से हम अपने प्रोग्राम प्रदर्शित कर रहे हैं अगर सिटी का एयर पोल्यूशन कर गया है हम दिल्ली की बात करें तो हम इतनी सारी दिक्कत है इतना ज्यादा एयर पोल्यूशन बढ़ गया है कि जो कि कहते हैं कि हवा सांस लेने लायक ही मिलेगी तो मेरे दिमाग में ये चीज आई कि ये जो इतनी बड़ी समस्या है इसके बारे में हम सिर्फ बात ही कर रहे हैं कुछ काम क्यों नहीं हुआ क्यों हम आज हम कर रहे हैं तो इसी थॉट के साथ मैंने इस प्रोग्राम को डिजाइन किया और मैंने कोशिश की जितने भी मांग है उनसे लोग हमसे जुड़े और इस बारे में बात करें कि हम इसे कैसे रोक सकते हैं और आने वाला फ्यूचर हमारा अच्छा होगा। अब मैं अभी हमारा टेम्परेचर लोग बात करते हैं अब कैसे हमारी दूसरे क्या तो हम एसी में यूज करते हैं क्लोरोफॉर्म एक मॉलिक्यूल ऑफ क्लोरोफ्लोरोकार्बन ओजोन के 3 या 4 मॉलिक्यूल अब आप सोचो कि ओजोन में फ्लोरोफोर अल्ट्रावायलेट नीचे आने को कैसे बड़े आज से 20 साल पहले किसी का कैंसर करना पड़ता है आज हर किसका पेशेंट अस्पताल में तो मैं ये मानती हूँ कि आज की तारीख में पर्यावरण प्रदूषण सबसे बड़ी समस्या है और हम तो सबको मिलकर इससे काम करना चाहिए और एक दिन हमें ऐसा निकालना चाहिए सरकार कि दिन हम डीजल यूज मेरा मतलब है पेट्रोल डीजल हम यूज करते हैं हम साइकिल चलाते क्यों ना हम पैदल हैं क्यों ना हम दोस्तों से बात करते हैं उनकी गाड़ियों में व्हीकल है तो बात को एक दिन जिससे हमने व्हीकल को यूज किया है वो हमारा काम है इस पर्यावरण जैसे कि जिंदगी में हर बार हमेशा कि ये मेरा प्रकार
ये आइटम रिसीव अरे
I would like to thank I would like to thank Sheila and Rishi for getting such a wonderful control. Let me tell you everyone that बहुत मेहनत है IT टीम की इस जो आज हम देख रहे हैं ये जो चल रहा है throughout wherever the heat is on these two people are vigorously sitting and working tirelessly. So hats off to my team. Appreciate Sheetal, you are doing a wonderful job. Keep up the good work. It was a wonderful big good last week. So water and air, these are the two essential things of life. And what we have done, we have made them the global garbage cans. What we are doing for basic needs? What was the thought that we are doing for the nature? We have to do that. डॉक्टर हमारे हॉस्पिटल हैं जो हमारे साथ आंकड़ा से जुड़े हैं उनका ये कहना है कि रहने की सिर्फ दो जगह या कोई शरीर और हमारा सो अगर हम अपने पर्यावरण को बचाएंगे तो हम अपने आप को भी बचाएंगे सो now it's time to hear our results the work done by us so it's now time for the feedback please check it Dr. Amit Chandani is online. So I would like to call upon Dr. Amit Chandani, Head Environmental Sciences Department, Bharat Ganga Singh University, Bikaner. Dr. Chandani has been associated with us as a pillar. He is the source of motivation and support to us on mental work. जिस तरह से हमारी Bikaner हमारी अनवर में अपने कॉन्फ्रेंस को संभाला और जिस तरह से हमारे साथ होते सर आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और आपको साधुवाद आपका फीडबैक हमारे बहुत 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 हेल्पफुल है स्टेज इज ऑल योर्स डॉक्टर सेकानी
थैंक यू सो मच मेरे ख्याल से आपने हमें ये फीडबैक का मौका दिया एज ए टीचर हमने बहुत सारे एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव वर्क करते हैं बहुत सारी एक्टिविटी रहती है बट आई कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट our college able leadership of Dr. Hukum Singh ji and especially dynamic person like you, Dr. Mamta Sharma. Your effort is the because you are not taking things as a formality. You are contacting each and every person. You are giving space to all kind of spokesmen, all kind of subject experts, and your consistency. That is the most important part in any academic activity or any kind of social activity. So you people are very commendable and very resourceful Although the resources has been given to most of the institutions in the state by the government to the higher education system, but we all know how many constant effort has been made by many of the colleges. But you people are doing this consistently, and I really thankful and congratulate you all कि आपने सारे participants को इस काम के लिए एक routine बनवाया. Most of the people needed such activities for their academic careers, and some trainings and some workshops and number of workshops are required for API course. But the number registered in your programs, they are always more than 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. That is the only commendable thing, and number of international institutes are joining you. That is itself a word, a certificate, a recognition, a faith of your institution and your commendable effort. And that is needed. And I'm sorry to say, most of our academic institutions, especially higher education state institutions, are lacking this. We are taking such things as a formality. So we are evident so many workshop and conference every now and then. So you can see mostly 100, 200 registered, and people are keeping their mobiles, and how digitally we are fit. We know that we ourselves facing a lot of problems. But at the same time, you people are giving full space to the audience. You are giving full space to the speakers. And that is really, we are missing in higher education. This should not be taken as a formality by any of the institution. Many institutions are getting RUSA grants. Government is giving, UGC is giving that grant. But how importantly you are taking, and how critical this issue is. Because you and me are the product of such discussions, such seminars. And when we talk to Dr. Reena Mathur, Professor Monod, they always say about us, not because of our research work, what we are doing today as teacher, as facilitator. That is our role, and you people are doing this role very wonderfully. I must congratulate and thank for inviting me and for giving me opportunity to share my issues and learning from the field. And I'm thankful to the wonderful audience who are regularly joining this, and constantly your numbers are increasing, number of countries has been increasing. That is really, thank you so much. I must congratulate and clap for that, and I must wish you all the very best for the future programs.
Thank you, Dr. Chingani, and trust me, like I'm so much motivated और ये शब्द इसलिए और बहुत ज़्यादा precious और अनमोल हो जाते हैं कि आपसे जुड़ रहे हैं। आप जैसे पर्यावरणविद का हमारे साथ जुड़ना है हमारे विश्वास। और यही इस ISTTP का सक्सेस है कि आप जैसे लोग इसमें जुड़ते हैं और आप जैसे आपको बहुत बहुत साधुवाद और आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। हम लोग ऐसा मानते हैं कि आप हमेशा हमारे साथ ऐसे ही जुड़े रहेंगे। Thank you so much, Dr. Chingani, for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So now it's time to hear another feedback, and that is coming from Rajrishi College, Alwar. Dr. Lakshmikant Sharma, Associate Professor from the Department of Botany. Sir, stage is all yours. Dr. Lakshmikant
Dr. और डॉक्टर छंगानी हमारे अग्रज एमपी आपको बता रहे थे, और उसके बाद मुझे नहीं लगता मुझे कुछ कहने की जरूरत है, जितना उन्होंने बता दिया वो बहुत है, पर्याप्त से काफी अधिक है। और मैं तो कहूँगा कि डॉक्टर छंगानी का जो मार्गदर्शन है ये भी अपने आप में विस्तार वो ऑनलाइन मोड ऑनलाइन और डॉक्टर शशि और हमारे साथ इस यात्रा में हमेशा रहेंगे, और डेफिनेटली आपका पूरा मदद ओपन है हमारे प्रति रहा। और डॉक्टर ममता शर्मा आपकी मेहनत हम कर रहे हैं, कोई कैसी भी बातें बताए लेकिन इतना करना लगातार लगे रहना एक बहुत बड़ी बात है, और आपने निभाया करके दिखाया है, इसके लिए कॉलेज आपका शुक्रगुजार रहेगा। अगली मेरिट का जब भी होगा कंपटीशन, हम में से बहुत सारे लोग यहाँ सर्वजी रहेंगे, हम लोग भी चले जाएंगे, रविकांत प्रिंसिपल बन जाएंगे, बनेंगे, लेकिन ये कॉलेज आपको याद रखेगा इस काम के लिए कि बैंक में आप लोगों को एक स्पिरिट दिलाना पहुंचा मिलेगा। और बस मेरे यही शब्द है कि आप लोग आपकी जो टीम है आज के थोड़ा सा पहले जो लगता है, थोड़ा सा पहले हमारे तो आज हम बहुत ऊपर होते हैं, संगाड़ी ने बहुत अच्छा कहा है कि इतनी अच्छी गैदरिंग कर लेना अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा अचीवमेंट है, खासतौर पर इस पीरियड में। और 3,000 सराउंडिंग हमारे पास रहे हैं, कोई पता नहीं है। प्रिंसिपल साहब को मैं ध्यान दिलाना चाहूंगा कि रूस से लड़ाई कर रहे हैं और ऐसी अलग स्टेट में, लेकिन उन दोनों के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव हमारे साथ जुड़े थे, ये बहुत बड़ी
स्पीकर थे।
और पाकिस्तान से भी स्पीकर का हमारे साथ जुड़े थे,
डॉक्टर तौसी।
तो ये बहुत बड़ा अचीवमेंट है और मैं दुआ करता हूँ आप इसी तरह से और प्रगति की पथ पर चलते रहें, जल्दी से प्रोफेसर और डीसी बने। थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू।
Can I have the calendar, please? Can I have the calendar, please? Thank you, Dr. Sharma, and I really appreciate the support. I know कि जब भी मैं आपको फोन करती हूँ कि सर ये काम करना है या यहाँ आपकी हेल्प चाहिए, मुझे कभी आपसे दूर सुनने को नहीं। आप डॉक्टर रविकांत शर्मा, डॉक्टर विजय, Dr. Chandra Meena, my team, I think these people are there. That's why we can do anything. Like you all are my team, and thank you so much for all the compliments to you and Jilani. You are the biggest support I can give. Thank you so much. Now we have someone who can be the role model for others. Leadership is not about titles or the positions or the flowcharts. It's about influencing the life of others. So I would like to call upon the GPS coordinator, Dr. Umesh Rai, Associate Professor from the GD College, Albert. Sir, आपका स्वागत है। आपको यहाँ आपने हमारे हौसला अफजाई में इसलिए आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
आदरणीय मेरे अग्रज इस महाविद्यालय के प्राचार्य डॉक्टर कुम सिंह जी, जिनका स्नेह मुझे बिना आकांक्षा के ही निरंतर मिलता रहा। आपको आपके साथ एक बात मैं साझा करना चाहूंगा। ममता जी, जैसा कि आप प्रयास करें, इतना बड़ा तो नहीं, लेकिन एक छोटा सा प्रयास 2014 में मैंने करने का किया। मीडिया अभी वर्तमान पर बात चलते चलते थोड़ी वो भाग्य, और जैसा कि जिसपे मैं इस बात पे थोड़ा और आगे आऊंगा कि सारे प्राणियों में मनुष्य ही एक ऐसा प्राणी है जो बहुत सारी अनावश्यक बाधाएं भी उपस्थित करता। इस बात के उल्लेख का कारण यह है कि चूंकि वो मेरा वार्ता में एक एकेडमिक इवेंट था और हुकुम सर प्रताड़ना के तौर पर धौलपुर क्या दिन सर धौलपुर में और छुट्टी लेकर के आए कि तुम्हारे इस आयोजन के पीछे मैं खड़ा, कभी भी आप साइड। आज के टाइम में एकेडमिक एक्टिविटीज के लिए ऐसा संरक्षण मिल जाना एक बहुत बड़ी बात है। और अब तक के 7 दिनों के इस आयोजन से आपको समझ में आ गया हो, जब अधिकांश महाविद्यालय खाली स्प्रेडशीट से उगे हुए हैं, उसी स्थिति में इतना बड़ा एक अकादमिक आयोजन और जो मनुष्य और मनुष्य के हित को और निहितार्थ को लेकर के चलता है, कर पाना बहुत बड़ी। जैसा कि फीडबैक और सारी चीजों से सामने आ रहा कि इतने आकर्षक विषय को चुनना, उसके फ्रेमवर्क को डिजाइन करना और इस हिसाब से डिजाइन करना कि पूरी दुनिया उससे खिंची हुई चली आए। सातों महाद्वीप और ज्ञान के स्तर पर सीमाओं की दुश्मनी को भुलाकर जुड़ने वाले ज्ञान का आदान प्रदान के लोग, चाहे वो पाकिस्तान हो, और पाकिस्तान के रिश्तों में दिलचस्पी हो तो बेहतर बताएगा, लेकिन अकादमिक स्तर पर यूक्रेन और रूस भी एक हुआ है, क्योंकि सबके हित की बात। आज से 2 साल पहले ऐसे यहाँ आयोजन ने मैंने 2 दिन का करने का प्रयास किया, उसमें मुझे थीम डिजाइन करना है। पुर्तगाल के वक्ता मैंने सिर्फ इसलिए रखा कि पुर्तगालियों ने सबसे पहले सबसे बाद भारत को छोड़ा। भारत गोवा उनका उपनिवेश बना रहा 65 सेना भेज रही। तो जहां हम इस तरीके से चुन चुन के डिजाइन करते हैं और मुश्किल से वक्ता मिलते हैं, वहां इतने वक्ताओं का समूह और उससे भी महत्वपूर्ण बात इतने सारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स का समूह, इसके लिए आयोजक समिति की सचिव ममता शर्मा और इस कॉलेज के प्राचार्य और उनकी टीम सारे बताएंगे। मैं अपने पुराने मित्र चंद्रमान जी, रविकांत जी, लक्ष्मीकांत जी, विजय सिंह जी, इन सबके प्रति एक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि यह आभार केवल उनके प्रति नहीं है, बल्कि अकादमिक दुनिया के प्रति है। इस मौके पे अकादमिक बहुत अब मैं थोड़ा विषय से करूंगा, क्योंकि मैं नहीं जुड़ पाऊंगा है ना जान, क्योंकि मेरी मूल पर अधिकार विषय ही है। लेकिन मैं ये मानता हूं कि जो चीज सर्वहिताय होगी, वो बहुजन सुखाय होगी, उस पर सोचना और समझना पड़ेगा। जिसे आप जैव विविधता कह रहे हैं, जिसे आप पर्यावरण कह रहे हैं, एक साहित्य का विद्यार्थी होने के नाते मैं इस पूरे को अगर एक ही शब्द में समेटूं तो वो है जैव विविधता में विविध प्रकार के प्राणियों को जब हम रखते हैं तो वो मूलतः प्रकृति की ही बात कर रहे हैं। अंतर सिर्फ इतना है कि जब पर्यावरण की बात कर रहे होते हैं, जैव विविधता की बात कर रहे होते हैं, तो चाहे अनचाहे मनुष्य को उससे अलग रख देते हैं और इस जगत के अन्य जीवों एवं प्राणियों से संबंधित संरक्षण की बात करते हैं, या भूल जाते हैं कि मनुष्य भी उन्हीं प्राणियों में से एक प्राणी। और जब यह आप नहीं भूलेंगे तो मुझे लगता है कि जैव विविधता का हम ज्यादा कल्याण करेंगे। एक पेड़ है, वो फल दे रहा है, उस पर गिलानी भी है, उस पर तितली भी है। दूर से हम देख करके केवल ये कह रहे हैं कि वो पेड़ प्रकार के जीव जंतुओं को संरक्षित कर रहा है। जब सूक्ष्मता पूर्वक हम देखते हैं तो हम पाते हैं कि उसकी परागण की प्रक्रिया से लेकर के ऑक्सीजन की प्रक्रिया तक उसके आसपास रहने वाला मनुष्य नामक प्राणी कितना लाभान्वित हो रहा है, और हम कह रहे हैं कि हम उसको संरक्षित कर रहे हैं। आवश्यकता संरक्षण की नहीं है, प्रेम की। और पर्यावरण के प्रति अगर आपका लगाव होगा तो वो प्रकृति प्रेम में बदलेगा। हुकुम सिंह जी बैठे हैं, इसकी व्याख्या वो बेहतर करेंगे कि प्रकृति शब्द में अर्थ की बहुत बड़ी व्यापकता है। वो पेड़ पौधों के आवरण की दुनिया तक ही नहीं सीमित है जिसे हम पर्यावरण कह रहे हैं। इसकी अर्थ की अनुभूज एक तरफ जहां ब्रह्मांड में भी समस्त तत्वों की ओर है, वहीं दूसरी तरफ प्रकृति स्वभाव का भी अर्थ देती है। और जब स्वभाव के अर्थ में जाएंगे तो इस जीवन जगत के जितने भी प्राणी हैं, हर एक के स्वभाव में आप अद्वितीयता पाएंगे। हम बार बार सुन करके पक चुके हैं कि मनुष्य इस सृष्टि का सर्वोत्तम प्राणी है। आपका पैमाना क्या है? अगर मनुष्य ही इस सृष्टि का सर्वोत्तम प्राणी है तो इस सृष्टि को खतरा सबसे ज्यादा किससे, किस प्राणी से?
मनुष्य
फिर वो सर्वोत्तम कैसे होगा?
कोई नहीं सकता।
लेकिन मनुष्य महत्वपूर्ण है, क्योंकि कम से कम खतरा पैदा करने की ज्यादा स्थितियां उसके हाथ में। अभी लक्ष्मीकांत सर जी जो कविता पढ़ रहे थे, मुझे अपना खुद का गांव याद आ रहा। और ये दुर्भाग्य है कि ग्राम प्रेम के चाहे जितनी बात करें, हम जाते ही कितना है, थोड़ा दूर है। तो 12 साल बाद मैं गांव गया था। 12 साल पहले तक अपने गांव के किसी खेत में मैंने नीलगाय नहीं देखी। अधिकांश लोग परेशान थे कि नीलगाय फसलें खत्म कर दे रही है, नष्ट कर दे रही है। हमारे गांव थोड़ी ही दूर बाद एक जंगल शुरू होता है जिसे जब्ती जंगल कहते हैं, और पूरे नेपाल तक जाता है। जून की दोपहरी में उसके बीच से लगभग 2 किलोमीटर की रोड निकलती है, घना अंधेरा आपको मिले, वो लगभग साफ है। और उसमें से निकलने वाले नीलगाय खेतों की ओर बढ़ने लगी। हमने वन को नष्ट किया कि अपने आप को नष्ट किया? और हम कहते हैं सबसे विवेकवान प्राणी है। अनेक नदी नाले सूखने लगे। इससे भी एक और बड़ी बात, हम जरा अवधारणाओं की ओर भी चले, जिनके आधार पर हमने ये माना कि हम बहुत समझदार और महत्वपूर्ण। उन अवधारणाओं में एक महत्वपूर्ण अवधारणा आती है मानव, और उससे आश्चर्य की बात है कि मॉन्टेन ने सबसे पहले उसका प्रयोग किया, इस शब्द का ह्यूमनिज्म का। और उसको गांधी से लेके बर्टन रसल तक और उसके निहित तत्वों की केवल खोज करें तो उसके जड़ में जाए तो अपने आचार तक पहुंचने हैं कि मनुष्य को मनुष्य के केंद्र में रखकर मनुष्य समाज की भलाई के निमित्त काम करना। और इसी अवधारणा का परिष्कृत रूप जब पुनर्जागरण काल में आता है तो आधुनिकता की अवधारणा आती है। जो तथ्य सम्मत है, तर्क सम्मत है, वही सत्य होगा। और सत्य की खोज ही हर अनुसंधान का काम है और मनुष्य का काम है। और इन सारी जीव जगत और जितनी भी दुनिया है, उनमें से हमें केवल यह खोजना है कि मनुष्य और मनुष्य के समाज के हित में उपयोगी चीजें क्या क्या हो, इससे वो मनुष्य केंद्रित विकास किया। गड़बड़ी यही हो जाती है कि हम सबसे समझदार हैं और जो भी बना है वो सब हमारे लिए, और हमारे लिए का मतलब तात्कालिक। ये तो दुनिया की कुछ घटनाएं नहीं हुई होती, तो हमें समझ में नहीं आता कि हम दावा चाहे जितना करते हो कि बहुत जानते हैं, और इसलिए हम ऐसा मानते हैं, लेकिन वास्तविकता ये कुछ भी नहीं। 1958 की माओ से तुंग द्वारा लिया गया निर्णय, जो शायद किसी वक्ता ने भी दिया हो, क्योंकि बहुत प्रसिद्ध है, और इन्वायरमेंट से रिलेटेड लगभग हर सेमिनार में उसकी चर्चा जरूर होती है। 1910-11 के आसपास कला विद्यालय में इन्वायरमेंटल डिग्रेडेशन इश्यूज एंड चैलेंजेस, डिग्रेड ही हो रहा है तो उसमें इश्यू और क्या बचा है। चैलेंज थोड़ा बहुत है कि रोकोगे कैसे, उसमें भी इस पैर की चर्चा है। जब वहां पे कम्युनिस्ट शासन आया तो इसी अवधारणा के तहत लोगों ने सोचना शुरू किया, जिसे हम तथ्य सम्मत और तर्क सम्मत कहते हैं, और पूरी परिधि की सोच में मनुष्य होगा। तो पता चला कि धान की खेती कैसे बढ़ सकती है। उन्होंने कहा ये जो गौरैया है ये धान का बहुत नुकसान है। एक गौरैया 20 ग्राम 25 ग्राम लगभग खा जाता, तो इस हिसाब से पूरा जोड़ा गया। पता चला कि अगर गौरैया ना रहे तो न जाने कितने टन धान का फायदा हो जाएगा हमारे देश में। भुखमरी से हम उबर जाए। तो एक स्पेशल अभियान चलाया गया कि गौरैया को, स्पैरो को कैसे मारे। शोध किया, आसान तरीका खोजा गया और इस पैरोमेंटिक हंटिंग कैंपेन किया गया। और आप आश्चर्य करेंगे उसको मारने के लिए जो तरीका अपनाया गया वो था शोध। खूब ढेर सारी आवाजें निकाली गई, थाली बजाया गया, ढोल मजीरा बनाए गए और उस आवाज की बेचैनी से गौरैया तड़प कर नीचे गई। मुझे नाम नहीं आ रहा है तो अपना दिमाग लगाए। उस गौरैया ने जब दिमाग लगा तो पाया कि एक जगह है यहाँ इसके आसपास आवाज नहीं है, वो किसी देश का दूतावास है। उसके छत पे चले और जनता में एक कैंपेन चलाया गया कि जितनी गौरैया मरेंगी इतना आपको इनाम दिया था। उस दूतावास इसको बार-बार माना और आप सबको पता ही है इंटरनेशनल रिलेशंस के तहत कि जो दूतावास की प्रीमाइस है वो उस देश की प्रीमाइस है, वहां पे उनकी अनुमति के बिना आप नहीं प्रवेश कर सकते। उन्होंने जनता को प्रवेश की अनुमति दी, लेकिन जुझारू जनता, लालची जनता रास्ता तो निकाल ले। उस दूतावास के चारों ओर वो बैठ गए और जोर जोर की आवाजें करनी शुरू की। इतनी गौरैया मरी कि बेलचों से वहां के दूतावास के कर्मचारियों ने गौरैया को साफ किया। और उस समय धान का उत्पादन बहुत जबरदस्त। ठीक उसके 2 साल बाद वहां पे अकाल बताते हैं कि लगभग 2.5 करोड़ लोग मरे। वजह वही हम कहते हैं कि हम जानते बहुत है, इसका दावा करते हैं, मानते नहीं है कि हमें कसम। उसकी वजह यह थी कि गौरैया के कारण टिड्डे कमाते थे, उस फसल को टिड्डों ने नुकसान। उसके अलावा गौरैया की बीट से बहुत सारे छोटे मोटे कीड़े मर जाते थे जो उत्पन्न हुए धान की फसल के नुकसान के लिए। और इसके लिए भरपूर कीटनाशकों का जो प्रयोग किया गया वो भी उल्टा हुआ। आज तो हमने तात्कालिक निर्णय ले लिया कि मनुष्य के हित में भी यही है। बात हुई मेरे गांव पे आके टिकती है कि मैंने बचपन में नीलगाय नहीं देखी थी और ये सच है, सबसे पहले अलवर में जाकर के मैंने नीलगाय देखा। हमें पता ही नहीं था मेरे गांव के आसपास इतनी सारी नीलगाय है। आज उन नीलगायों से अपनी फसल बचाना मुश्किल हो गया है क्योंकि वो साखू के जंगल थे और हमने लालच में उसको काटा और काट करके बेचा, वो साफ हुआ, अब खाने के लिए हम इसको नहीं जानता और हम अवधारणा पे अवधारणा बनाए रखते। इसे मैंने मानववाद पे अवधारणा। इसके बाद रोजर स्कॉलरिज्म नहीं, मानववाद की अवधारणा पर्याप्त अवधारणा नहीं, हमें मानवतावाद ह्यूमनिज्म नहीं ह्यूमनिटेरियनिज्म से। अब ये क्या बना? उन्होंने कहा मानववाद मनुष्य केंद्रित, हमें सब पर दया, करुणा और सहानुभूति के साथ विचार करने की, जिसको हिंदी में आप आराम से सुन में जीव दयावाद। यार वो कौन किसी को दया का पात्र बनाने वाले? जब आपने उसको दया का पात्र बनाया उस समय भी आपने अपने आप को सुपीरियर रखा और जहां आपने अपने आप को सुपीरियर रखा वहां आपकी लालच आ गई। इसीलिए मैंने पर्यावरण और ये आपकी जैव विविधता दोनों के लिए एक ही शब्द चुना, प्रकृति। जब प्रकृति आप रखेंगे तो संरक्षण की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, प्रेम की जरूरत। और साहित्य का विद्यार्थी हूं, चंद्रभान जी बैठे हैं, साहित्य में यही दिखाता है हमारे साथ एक बड़ी समस्या है कि हर चीज को बहुत कैटेगराइज करते हैं। प्रेम कहते ही बहुत सारे लोगों के मन में स्त्री पुरुष का दाम्पत्य भाव प्रेम, सख्य भाव प्रेम आ जाता है। कहीं और भी प्रेम हो सकता है, इसको साहित्य वाला ही बता। छोड़ द्रुमों की, और वो पहली बार कहा था, छोड़ द्रुमों की मृदु छाया, तो प्रकृति से भी माया, बाले तेरे बाल जाल में कैसे उलझा दूं मैं लोचन। ये है प्रकृति का प्रेम। और जब तक प्रकृति के प्रति प्रेम नहीं होगा, तब तक आप प्रेम की अवधारणा ही नहीं पकड़ पाएंगे। और जब प्रेम होगा तब संरक्षण की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, क्योंकि प्रेम अलगाव के भाव से युक्त ही नहीं होता। और अलगाव एक सेपरेशन के अर्थ में, एक लगाव न होने के अर्थ में, डिसोसिएशन कर लीजिए, सेपरेशन फ्रॉम पैशन कर लीजिए, कुछ भी कर लीजिए, लगाव ही नहीं। तो जब आपके प्रति लगाव और अवार्थक जुड़ाव होगा तो संरक्षण की जरूरत पड़ेगी क्या? प्रेम अपने आप में संरक्षण की आवश्यकता के बिना अपनी सारी संभावनाओं को नष्ट करता। और अगर आप में प्रेम नहीं होगा तो या आप भूल जाइए कि आप ही केवल चालाक। और ये अभी अभी की एक घटना से बहुत सही से प्रमाणित हुआ है, और मुझे लगता है 7 दिन के आप बहुत थके हुए हैं, तो कम से कम अब तो मैं नहीं थका। झारखंड में हाथियों का बहुत भयंकर तांडव चला। स्थिति ये है कि हाथियों से बचाने के लिए आंदोलन तक की नौबत होगा, और सरकार ने उसमें प्रयास भी शुरू किया। वजह क्या थी? वही लालच जिसे गांधी जी ने कहा था कि इस प्रकृति के पास इतना सब कुछ है कि हर आदमी की आवश्यकता पूरी कर सके, लेकिन इतना नहीं है, एक आदमी की भी लालच। तो आपने क्या किया? अपनी लालच से वशीभूत होकर के हाथियों का घर एक तरीके से उजाड़ दिया, जंगलों को काट। अब हाथी को भोजन के लाते, हाथी आपके इलाके की ओर आए, आपने एक स्ट्रेटजी अपनाई, ढोल मजीरा आवाज और आग की मसाले लेकर के उसकी ओर भागिए, हाथी करके भाग। ऐसा नहीं कि धूर्तता अन्य प्राणियों में नहीं आती, जब जरूरत पड़ती है तो आदमी हर प्राणी को बनना पड़ता है। वहां पे एक अद्भुत पैटर्न देखा, आप सबको पता है, जो भी विज्ञान के लोग कि हाथी अपने दल में एक नेता, और वो सामान्यतः मादा हाथी होती है। ममता जी ने बहुत बढ़िया किया कि ये मनुष्यों में जितना डिस्क्रिमिनेशन है लैंगिक असमानता का, उतना शायद अन्य प्राणियों में नहीं है। और जानबूझ करके विवेक संबंध डिस्क्रिमिनेशन, उस पर कभी और बात करें। तो सीनियर मादा हाथी होती है उसका नेता। उसने देखा कि अच्छा इन घरों से निकलते हैं ये लोग, तो वो छुप करके नेतृत्व करना आने शुरू की, और लगभग ड्यूटी सी लगा इस घर के सामने खड़े, मतलब हमें इसे हानि नहीं पहुंचाना, तो इसको घर से बाहर नहीं निकलने। और पूरी फसल सफाचक, और इन अवधारणाओं ने मनुष्य सृजित दिमाग को सबसे ज्यादा छू। तो प्राकृतिक घटनाएं चुनौती देती है, हमारी अवधारणाओं पे पानी फिर जाता है। आप में से जितने भी समाज विज्ञान के लोग होंगे, आपको बहुत ध्यान होगा कि 20वीं शताब्दी के उत्तरार्ध में एक अवधारणा पर सबसे ज्यादा बहस हो रही थी। वो अवधारणा थी उत्तरार्ध। बोले आधुनिकता से हम सत्य की खोज नहीं कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि वो बहुत ही कॉम्प्लेक्स है। दरिदा ने कहा कि एवरीथिंग इज मीनिंगफुल बट एवरीथिंग इज मीनिंगलेस, एवरीथिंग इज कंफ्यूजिंग बट एवरीथिंग इज क्लियर। आधुनिकता की अवधारणा के तहत आप बात करेंगे तो सबसे पहले तो प्रश्न करना सिखाती है, मनुष्य मनुष्य क्यों? क्योंकि उसमें मनुष्यता नामक गुण है। मनुष्यता नामक गुण क्या है? दया, करुणा, ममता, ये सब तो है जो पशुओं में नहीं है। वो केवल भूख से संचालित होता है। ऐसी स्थिति में चूंकि मनुष्य विवेक से मत है, तो मनुष्य को करना क्या चाहिए कि अगर कोई भेड़िए का बच्चा मिलता है तो उसको उठाए, उसको संरक्षित करे, सुरक्षित जगह पे छोड़ाए। लेकिन उनको देखने को क्या मिल रहा कि मनुष्य तो भेड़िए के बच्चे को देखते ही मार डाल रहा है, और मनुष्य का बच्चा भेड़िए के पास पहुंच गया तो उसने अपने अनुसार ही सही, अपने ही समाजीकरण के तहत सही उसको पाला पोषण बड़ा किया, और मनुष्य उस पर जब रिसर्च करने गया तो रिसर्च मार गया। इस चीज को आप किस आधुनिकता की अवधारणा के तहत समझ पाएंगे? इसलिए हमें संरक्षण की नहीं, जो जैसा है उस प्रकृति के प्रति प्रेम की आवश्यकता है, क्योंकि प्रेम की पहली शर्त है कि बिना शर्त के स्वीकार, बिना शर्त के त्याग। मांगने के बजाय प्रेम त्याग सिखाता और किसी दूसरे द्वारा आहत करने की कोशिश नहीं करने देता। उसी प्रकृति प्रेम के तहत अभी ममता जी ने बात कही और बड़ी विनम्रता पूर्वक उससे मैं सहमति जताना चाहता हूं। हम क्या करते हैं कि जड़ के बजाय पत्तों को सींचना शुरू करते हैं। हम भी ये मानने लगते हैं कि पूरा पेड़ धुल गया। कोरोना काल ने ये सिखा दिया कि पूरी मीडिया चाहे जितना प्रचारित कर रही है कि सारा प्रदूषण व्हीकल से हो रहा है, कोरोना काल ने सिखा दिया कि काफी हद तक हवा और पानी, हवा के लिए आप व्हीकल को जिम्मेदार मान लीजिए, पानी के लिए केवल और केवल जरूरी मशीनें कारखानों की चली, और लगभग कोरोना खत्म होने के 1.5 साल बाद तक मीडिया रिपोर्ट्स के अनुसार वातावरण काफी साफ सुथरा रहा, ऑक्सीजन लेवल बढ़ गया, जल प्रदूषण काफी हद तक कम हो गया। अंधाधुंध मनुष्य केंद्रित विकास है जिसने इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन को जोड़ दिया, जिसने इंडस्ट्रीज भी वहीं लगाई जहां अच्छा अन्न उत्पादन हो रहा था। से थोड़ी दूर पे लक्ष्मणनगर जगह है, जमीन वहां की उपजाऊ नहीं है, ऐसा वहां फैक्ट्री लगा लेते। भिवाड़ी और तिजारा बेल्ट की भरपूर उपजाऊ जमीनों में ही फैक्ट्री लगाने की कहां जरूरत थी? क्योंकि मनुष्य और उस मनुष्य में भी प्राइवेट ओनरशिप को ट्रांसपोर्टेशन के जरिए कंज्यूमर तक जल्दी से जल्दी पहुंचाना था। खेती का नाश होगा, अन्न का नाश होगा और पर्यावरण का तो होगा। आशा है कि इस सेमिनार की और इससे पहले जितने फाइंडिंग्स और ये सारी ममता जी ने दिखाई, इसकी गूंज दूर तक जाएगी और हम उन वर्गों तक इस चेतना को पहुंचा पाएंगे जो सचमुच में प्रकृति के संरक्षक और जैव विविधता, जिसे बायोडाइवर्सिटी आप कह रहे हैं, वो प्रकृति में ही है, उसकी वाहक भी है और उनके पुजारी भी हैं। क्योंकि अब हमें लगता है कि दुनिया की प्राचीन सभ्यताएं प्रकृति पूजन ही की होती। जितनी भी सभ्यताओं को देखिए तो वायु देव होंगे, पार्थिव से सही अग्निदेव होंगे, जल के देवता होंगे। हमारी आधुनिकता में मनुष्य को देवता कहलाने की केवल छूट दी, बाकी अधिकांशतः जीव जगत में अगर राजसी प्रवृत्तियां हैं तो इसी मनुष्य में ही है, और अकादमिक जगत की जिम्मेदारी बनती है जिसकी ओर ममता जी अग्रसर है कि इस राजसी वृत्तियों के नाश के लिए एक जागरूक अभियान शोध द्वारा, तथ्यों द्वारा, अकादमिक गतिविधियों द्वारा एक अभियान के रूप में लेकर के इसको चलाते रहेंगे। इतनी विपरीत परिस्थितियों में अगर ये चला रहे हैं तो हम इनको शुभकामना देते हैं। आप सब ने मुझे धैर्यपूर्वक सुना, यहाँ आने का अवसर दिया, आप सबको साधुवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका डॉक्टर रामू। बहुत ही खूबसूरत व्याख्यान आपने जो दिया कि आपके लिए दुआ के बता दिया। बहुत हम चाहेंगे कि आप हमारे अगले ISTTP के बारे में मैं आपका भी से इनवाइट कर रही हूँ कि आप हमारे स्पीकर बने। और मैं ऐसा मानती हूँ, ऐसा सोचती हूँ, ऐसा दिख भी रहा है कि जब हम सब लोग इतने मोटिवेट हो गए तो आपको बहुत 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 साधुवाद आपको और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। डॉक्टर राय की बात को ही आगे बढ़ाते हुए मैं महात्मा गांधी के कोलेशन की बात कर रहा हूँ। उन्होंने अर्थ है समाज enough power to fulfill man's need, but not man's need. किसी एक राष्ट्र के ये प्रायोरिटी अर्थ हमें फ्री का लक्ष्य खिलाने बस से बचाए रखना है। एक आखिरी लाइन डॉक्टर राय के व्याख्यान आगे बढ़ाते हुए, our modern industrial economy takes a mountain covered with trees, lakes, running streams, and transforms it into a mountain of junk, garbage, slime pits, and debts. मनुष्य बहुत सक्षम है किसी भी माउंटेन को खत्म करने के लिए, किसी भी जंगल को समाप्त करने के लिए, किसी भी प्राणी को खत्म करने के लिए। मनुष्य उसी प्राणी को बचाना है जिसको बचाना चाहता है। मैं भी आप लिंक में जाऊंगी पर यहाँ पे डॉक्टर कह गार्सन ने जब बॉर्ड ईगल्स को बचाने की बात आई थी तो इंसान ने बॉर्ड ईगल्स को बचा लिया था। तो आज इंसान इतना सुप्रीम हो चुका है कि वो जिसको बचाना चाहता है उसको बचाता है और जिसको नहीं बचाना चाहता उसने अपने आप को ईश्वर के समक्ष। और यही कारण है कि आज पर्यावरण संरक्षण की जरूरत आग पड़ी है और हमारा पर्यावरण हमारी बढ़ती स्थिति पे कि वो आज स्टेट में करता है। Without taking much of time, now it's time for the valedictory address, which is to be given by our patron and principal, Dr. Bhukam Singh Ji. Something about him, how I describe him as a leader. The most dangerous leadership myth is that leaders are born, that there is a genetic factor in the leadership. That's a nonsense. The fact is opposite. Leaders are made rather than born. Leaders समाधान के बारे में सोचते हैं और बात करते हैं, एनालाइज समस्याओं के बारे में सोचते हैं और उनके बारे में बात करते हैं। ऐसे लीडर्स की दृष्टि में वास्तविकता को बदलने की क्षमता होती है। जब भी कई बार अपने उत्थान और प्रेरणा करने के लिए प्रेरणा की आवश्यकता होती है, तब हम ऐसे लीडर्स की तरह देखते हैं। आज इसी तरह से आदर्श धन्य है और दूसरे हमारे असली लीडर अपना अनुसरण करने वाले नहीं बनाते और दिखाते हैं और उन्हें अपने जैसे दिखाते हैं। इस तरह न्याय संस्था सबसे अच्छा। With lot of gratitude and veneration, I would like to call upon the patron of ISTTP-7 and principal of Rajashri College, Dr. Bhukam Singh Ji, to grace the stage and formally to give the valedictory address. Sir, stage is yours, Dr. Bhukam.
विद्वान प्रोफेसर उमेश कुमार जी को आपका स्वागत। व्रत 3 प्रकार के बाल व्रत, और ज्ञान। कई बार हम कुछ पदों की तलाश में मेरी बात को पूरा विद्वत समाज से आग्रह का करना है। कई बार हम यार करो इतना बड़ा प्रोग्राम करने वाले ऋषि है, संस्था को तो बुलाएगा, किसी आईएएस को बुलाएगा, किसी लीडर को बुलाएगा, ये मानव स्वभाव है। इस वेग से हटकर इस बार क्यों बताए? सफल शिक्षक होना है और दुनिया के 24 देश देख रहे हैं, सुन रहे हैं। आगे नहीं बोल दूंगा, 3 प्रकार के मैंने बतला दिए, वायुव्रत, बालव्रत और ज्ञान व्रत। इससे आप आकलन रखने करना चाहिए। ज्ञान का उम्र का कोई संबंध नहीं है, बाल व्रत की हो सकता है। ये तो युवा व्रत है, मतलब जो प्रोफेसर मिले से है भैया हमारे लिए युवा ही है। पर प्रोफेसर उमेश कुमार ने अपनी वाणी से पर्यावरण संतुलन की जो व्याख्या प्रस्तुत की, एक नया विचार अंकित कर दिया। तो मैं यहाँ बैठा बैठा मैं एक चिंतन में पड़ बैठा हूँ, क्योंकि हमारा विषय है पर्यावरण संरक्षण और उन्होंने बात को ही रोक दिया। यही तो साहित्य का विशेषता होती है। उन्होंने कहा संरक्षण की जरूरत कहाँ है? मानव को किसने अधिकार दिया कि वो किसी पर दया करे? जगत पर थोड़ी अच्छी व्याख्या करी कि जब सर्वोत्तम प्राणी है मानव, तो सर्वोत्तम दोषी ही, इसलिए वो हकदार ही नहीं। खुद ही बिगाड़ रहा है और अब कह रहा है संरक्षण को। प्रोफेसर उमेश की बात उन्होंने साहित्य के संदर्भ में कहीं, लेकिन मैं दर्शन तक पहुंच गया जो है जैव विविधता और पर्यावरण को एक ही शब्द से संबोधित किया था, प्रकृति। प्रकृति की शास्त्र परिभाषा करता है प्रोफेसर लक्ष्मीकांत जी। प्रकृति की जो शास्त्र परिभाषा करता है, दर्शन जो परिभाषा करता है, वो है सत्व अनुसार साम्यावस्था प्रकृति। सतोगुण, रजोगुण और तमोगुण की साम्य अवस्था का नाम प्रकृति है। प्रोफेसर उमेश कह रहे थे प्रेम करना। जब प्रेम शब्द बोला जाता है तो उन्होंने उसकी भी व्याख्या की कि किन संदर्भों में ज्यादातर लोग अर्थ लगाते हैं, लेकिन वो कह रहे थे अरे प्रकृति से प्रेम। प्रोफेसर उमेश का प्रकृति से प्रेम करने का मंतव्य सतोगुण रजोगुण तमोगुण की समान अवस्था का नाम प्रकृति है। अर्थात संपूर्ण चराचर जगत जिसे प्रकृति प्रोफेसर साहब कह रहे हैं, उसमें तीनों गुणों की विद्यमानता है। जैसे आपकी बॉडी में वात, पित्त और कफ है, अगर मैं आयुर्वेद की भाषा में आ जाऊं, आपकी बॉडी में वात, पित्त और कफ अगर तीनों समान है प्रोफेसर विजय सिंह जी, तो आप स्वस्थ में बैठोगे। अगर इनमें से एक भी गड़बड़ है, मैं नहीं जानता मेडिकल साइंस क्या कहती है, लेकिन मैं आयुर्वेद बात कर रहा हूँ जो सनातन सत्य है, ये भी कह रहा था। मेडिकल साइंस किसी भी भाषा में कुछ भी बोल लेती, लेकिन हम जो कहें इससे आगे इसके बाहर मेडिकल साइंस नहीं। बताओ के साथ कह रहा हूँ कि बाहर तो अगर तीनों आपकी बॉडी में सही है तो आप एक भी गड़बड़ाया बात नहीं रहा। कुछ भी होगा ऐसे तीनों में अगर समानता है तो सारा जगत सही है। फिर हाथी क्यों आएगा सामने पर? नहीं रहा है करप्शन हमारे देश को 12 साल बाद समझ नहीं आया जहां पैदा उसको हिलगाय नहीं देखा लेकिन आज वो देखा 12 साल बाद तो क्यों इसका मतलब उस एरिया में जहां प्रोफेसर साहब का इसका मतलब ये वो अपने गांव की तरफ इसलिए आए कि वहां प्रकृति के साथ मानव सर्वोत्तम कहना है और वो कह रहे थे कि जंगलों को काटा और जंगल काट दिया तो हाथी पकड़ जाएगा खाएगा क्या रहेगा वो शहर की तरफ गाँव इसलिए अब सब वैसी की बात का मैंने संवर्धन और सपोर्ट किया है इस तथ्य के साथ कि भारत के जो सनातन जो हमारा ज्ञान है जो हमारा शास्त्रीय ज्ञान है उसको चैलेंज किया है। मैं आपके दर्शन की बात साम्यावस्था प्रकृति की बात कर रहा तो फिर मनुष्यों ने कब इसकी परिभाषा रची होगी जो आज तक सत्य है। अब आज प्रकृति को छेड़ना तो पर्यावरण प्रदूषित के रूप में आए चाहे वो कोरोना के रूप में आए चाहे कोई और महामारी के रूप में आए यानी जंगल जमीन इनके साथ खिलवाड़ करना किया मानव ने और अब वो बात कर रहा है पर्यावरण तो अक्सर वैसे बात भी ठीक है मानव इसके लिए दोषी है लेकिन चूंकि मैं वही कहूंगा सब कुछ प्राणी है आहार समान पशु की तरह क्या चीजें मानव और पशु में समान है आप में अधिक वो बुद्धि विशेष अपन तो ऐसा होता क्योंकि अपने पास ये बुद्धि जो तत्व है इसकी वजह से दुनिया का मानव आज इसने बिगाड़ा है तो डूबी भी इसकी भाई एक हाथ में 5 उंगली पर 5 बना दो इस जीव जगत में पता नहीं कितने मानव है लेकिन सब बराबर है तो कुछ लोगों के दिमाग में ये बात आई कि भाई महामारी आ गई है पर्यावरण का संतुलन हो रहा है लोग बीमार कर रहे हैं आगे क्या होगा फिर इसमें तो क्यों ना इसके लिए यज्ञ किया जाए हमने इस यज्ञ की स्थापना की है और ये हमारा 7वां यज्ञ है जिसका आज समापन हमारे 10 यज्ञ हमारे विश्व में अप्रैल 8 अगस्त तक 10 यज्ञ इसके अलावा बीच में कोई नेशनल इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस करना पर्यावरण दिवस आ गया वो बनाना ऐसा पर्यावरण वो अलग है तो बहुत बहुत साधुवाद आज के हमारे मुख्य अतिथि माननीय छोटे भाई प्रोफेसर उमेश कुमार मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगा कि आप जेएनयू की प्रोडक्ट है मैं चाहता था कि आप उस मंच पर क्योंकि आप दिल्ली के मैं संस्कृत यहाँ मैं वैज्ञानिकों के बीच में मैं हूँ तो मैं चाहता था कि जो हमारे प्रतिभा है उनको हम सामने जाए और प्रतिभा के लिए कोई विषय ये तो एक मजाक की बात मैं कर रहा था विज्ञान भी ज्ञान नहीं है और ज्ञान में ही विज्ञान है और हम तो दर्शन के विद्यार्थी जो सबसे परे की हम बात करते हैं जब वहाँ ज्ञान रहता है ना विज्ञान दिखता है
ये सब जहां विराम ले लेते हैं प्रोफेसर विजय की, वहां से पढ़ा, बहुत गहरी बात है। बहुत बहुत साधुवाद। आज चैत्र कृष्णाष्टमी, आज जया संज्ञा तिथि है, इसमें विजय होती चैत्र कृष्ण अष्टमी विक्रम संवत 2082 विशाखा नक्षत्र और वृद्धि योग में आयोजित ISTTP-7 के इस समारोह में मुख्य अतिथि महोदय का और हमारे बीच में हम विराजमान है। वैसे समय कहाँ मिलता है, लेकिन भाई पुष्पेंद्र जी जो हमारे DLP संचालक में जब भी हम कॉल करते हैं, विभिन्न 15 मिनट वाले घंटे में हमारे बीच में आते हैं। और ये इसलिए मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि हर आदमी तन से, मन से, धन से 3 तरह की सेवाएं होती हैं, लेकिन ये मन से हैं कि हमारे इस बात ये अपने चैनल पर चढ़ाते हैं, जिससे जहां जहां तक इनका चैनल जाता है वहां तक लोग रूबरू क्या और ये क्या ISTTP क्या है। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद इस उम्मीद के साथ कि अगस्त तक आपको आते रहना बात के लिए क्या पता बाद में मैं इसको मेरे साथ फेर करूंगा। और हमारे बीच में वरिष्ठ प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर शर्मा गणित के विभाग अध्यक्ष हमारे बीच में, ऑर्थो के विभाग अध्यक्ष कई बार अपना प्रोग्राम भी मेरा देते रहते हैं, डॉक्टर लक्ष्मीकांत शर्मा ऑर्थो विभाग के अध्यक्ष हमारे बीच में, रसायन शास्त्री और वरिष्ठ साथी प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर विजय साहब और हिंदी के हमारे विभाग अध्यक्ष चंद्रमोहन साहब और हमारे स्पोर्ट्स ऑफिसर। ऐसे ही विजय सिंह जी हमारे यहाँ कोटा सेंटर एग्जाम सेंटर को संभालते हैं और अभी न्यू ऑफिस को संभाल रहा है। ऐसे ही लक्ष्मीकांत जी हमारे परीक्षा प्रभारी और रविकांत जी के दस्तक के बगैर कॉलेज हमारे DDU भी है और बाह्य परीक्षाएं होती है एग्जाम, और कॉलेज बहुत बड़ा कॉलेज है और नामी कॉलेज है, गवर्नमेंट की लिस्ट में भी है, शायद ही गवर्नमेंट का एग्जाम होता है, इसका सेंटर हमारे यहाँ नहीं होता। उन सबको रविकांत जी देखते हैं। और इस आयोजन की सचिव ममता जी यथा नाम तथा और विदुषी है और क्या कहूं कि विचारों की उद्भावी कर देखिए मुद्दे मुद्दे पर आदमी तो सब नहीं, मेरे पास लेकिन हर व्यक्ति की अलग विशेषता है, इनकी विशेषता है तो समावेशी। जैसे ये इस सामान ये जो कर रहे हैं हम ये योजना जो इन्होंने प्रस्तुत की तो हर किसी के बस की बात नहीं। फिर 7 दिन तक लगातार मार्केटिंग करना ये तो अच्छी बात है। हमारे दोस्त 5-10 साल की यहाँ आते रहते हैं, वरना अकेले ही पूरे दिन इसको चलाना एक सामान्य बात है, कोई तपस्या भी कर रही है। आपका भी बहुत बहुत साधुवाद और आपको बधाई। और इस बधाई में के साथ कि आप अपना मिशन पूरा करें, हमारा आशीर्वाद सहयोग जब तक हम यहाँ हैं बराबर मिलेगा। आज के इस कार्यक्रम में जो 7 दिन का ये प्रोग्राम था, क्योंकि मैं यहाँ पे कर रहा हूँ तो 7 दिन तक जिन लोगों ने इस यज्ञ को लेकर चलाते रहे, मेरा दायित्व बोलता है कि उनकी प्रति में मेरा आभार। तो ये हमारा ISTTP-7 प्रारंभ हुआ था। उस दिन जो वैलिडिटी हमारा जो था 9 तारीख को, उसमें हमारे अलवर के कांग्रेस के जिलाध्यक्ष माननीय श्री योगेश मिश्रा प्रेसिडेंट DCCL को आती थी। उनके साथ में हमने ये प्रोग्राम शुरू किया था और उनके साथ में माननीय श्री कृष्ण कुमार से राजेश कुमार से जो राजीव गांधी पुरस्कार प्राप्त है और पर्यावरण के थे, अलवत तो है, बहुत बड़े इंसान है, उनके बीच में हमने ये प्रारंभ किया था। ये साथी कुलटी हमारे साथ रहती है। डे 2 यानी 10 तारीख को पहला जो शतक था डॉक्टर किशोर लियोन, प्रोफेसर है आप डिब्रूगढ़ यूनिवर्सिटी असम। आपने हमारा पहला स्पीच कर इसी दिन डॉक्टर रवि रंजन असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर झारखंड धनबाद, आपने अपना भाषण दिया। इसी दिन डॉक्टर रुचि शर्मा प्रोफेसर एंड डायरेक्टर जागरण यूनिवर्सिटी भोपाल इंडिया, आपके द्वारा संबोधन दिया गया। आप सभी के प्रति हमारे महाविद्यालय के आभार। तीसरे दिन डॉक्टर संजीव कुमार नाथ एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर बॉटनी आसाम से आपने हमारे इस मंच को संबोधित किया। इनके पश्चात डॉक्टर याहिया बख्तर एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर जम्मू एंड कश्मीर यूनिवर्सिटी, आपने हमें संबोधित किया। इनके पश्चात डॉक्टर रोड़ा ओस्को गलमको एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर फिलीपींस, आपके द्वारा संबोधन दिया गया। और इसी दिन डॉक्टर भोला खान एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर यूक्रेन भाषण में भी बनाया था, आपके द्वारा उद्बोधन दिया गया। आप चारों स्पीकर आग्रह करता हूँ। दिन 4 चौथे दिन डॉक्टर महाजॉन एनिश लाल, मैंने इनको सुना था, मैं आज से था उस समय, युवा प्रोफेसर है और फिलीपींस यूनिवर्सिटी में थे और प्यारे से प्रोफेसर है। बहुत अच्छा उद्बोधन आपने दिया। प्रोफेसर सुन रहे हो मेरी बात, एनिश लाल जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपको। डॉक्टर विद्यानाथ झा बॉटनी के प्रोफेसर प्रिंसिपल भी रहे हैं आप, दरभंगा यूनिवर्सिटी बिहार से, आपने हुक्म दिया। इनके बाद डॉक्टर मीरा श्रीवास्तव जो रिटायर्ड प्रिंसिपल है अपने बीकानेर से, इनके द्वारा हुक्म दिया गया। और मीरा जी, और आप सबको बधाई तो है ही, मीरा जी को स्पेशल हुआ तो इनके नाम से ही अखबार में छपा था, हेडिंग से न्यूज छपा था। जी को डॉक्टर सुधा सुकुमार श्रेंगी एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर केमिस्ट्री आर कॉलेज, हमारे कॉलेज की है, इनका व्याख्यान हुआ। और इनके बाद डॉक्टर अभिषेक मेहता असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर IT गुजरात, पारुल यूनिवर्सिटी गुजरात, का व्याख्यान हुआ। और डॉक्टर तौसीफ अनवर असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर बॉटनी भावलपुर पंजाब,
पाकिस्तान के भावलपुर से।
अच्छा, पाकिस्तान का भावलपुर पाकिस्तान द्वारा संबोधित किया गया। आप सबके प्रति भी महाविद्यालय परिवार का आभार। और आज 7 में 7वां दिन समापन समारोह डॉक्टर अवधेश कुमार श्रीवास्तव असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर बॉटनी छत्तीसगढ़ से संबोधन किया गया। डॉक्टर सुभाष चंद्रा प्रोफेसर एंड हेड डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ जूलॉजी MDS अजमेर द्वारा संबोधन किया गया। डॉक्टर प्रेम अधीश लेखी मेडिकल ऑफिसर मलेशिया द्वारा आज संबोधन दिया गया। और डॉक्टर नरेंद्र कुमार संगानी प्रोफेसर एंड हेड डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एनवायरमेंटल साइंस फैकल्टी ऑफ साइंस महाराजा इस द्वारा दिया गया। और डॉक्टर LB शर्मा जो सामने राजमान है एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर आर कॉलेज अलवर द्वारा अपना उद्बोधन दिया गया। आप सबको महाविद्यालय आभार व्यक्त करता है और इस उम्मीद के साथ कि आप आगे की जब भी विद्यार्थी हम लोग करें आयोजित करें तो आप सबका सहयोग मिलता रहेगा। इस प्रकार आज ये बड़ी खुशी की बात है कि दुनिया के 24 देश से जुड़े हुए 28 हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं और 10 देशों के लोग जो मैंने नाम पढ़े हैं और बताओ कि 10 देशों से मंच को संबोधित किया है। उन्हें आप सबको प्रति महाविद्यालय परिवार की ओर से मेरी ओर से गहराई ओर से आभार और इस उम्मीद के साथ कि आप प्यार और आपका सहयोग इसमें आशीर्वाद इसी प्रकार मिलता रहेगा, क्योंकि मानव को तो चाहिए कि खुदा और उसको खिलकत से प्यार, मानव को चाहिए खुदा और उसकी खिलकत से प्यार, और जब अगर व्यक्ति इस दुनिया का खिलकत से प्यार करने लगेगा तो सही प्यारे दोस्तों फिर किसी की संरक्षण की आवश्यकता नहीं। गुड माइंड गुड फ्रिट कर भला हो, अगर हर व्यक्ति दुनिया था तो फिर रूस और यूक्रेन और पाकिस्तान में रात को बढ़ी हुई क्या था, इमरान खान साहब का घेरा डाल रखा है, ये सब क्या है, सिर्फ इसलिए है कि गांधी जी ने जो कहा था वो तरफ किया था, प्रकृति ने सब कुछ दिया, पर्याप्त दिया, लेकिन मानव के लालच से और लालच किसी का बड़ा वो बहुत बड़े जो इसका कंट्रोल सज्जन जैसे मानव तुम सबको कह रहे हो ना, नहीं, मानव तो वो है जिसमें मानवीयता हो, जिसमें मानवीय गुण हो, जिसमें नैतिकता हो, सदाचार। लेकिन सदाचार है तो वो भी मानव, क्योंकि मानव योनि में पैदा हुआ है। सबको आप इंसान कहते हो, जबकि वो इंसानियत की परिभाषा नहीं है, उसमें इंसानियत है ही नहीं। इसलिए ये ड्यूटी है शिक्षकों की। पहला तो शिक्षक राष्ट्र का निर्माता होता है, समाज का निर्माता। तो दुनिया के शिक्षकों की ये ड्यूटी है कि वो इस क्षेत्र में आए और इस अलग को जगाए और सारी दुनिया को सीखे। आजाद कॉलेज अलवर की धरती से इंडिया से इस काम को कर रहा है, ऐसे और भी देश अपने मंचों से तो बातें जाएगी तब तो बोला जो इस तरीके से संपर्क होगा दिमागों का तत्व होगा, विचार निकल कर आएगा और विचार होंगे। मैं आप सभी के प्रति बहुत बहुत आभार और विशेष रूप से और अब मैं ISTTP-7 जैव विविधता और पर्यावरण संरक्षण पर प्रोग्राम साथ चला के दिल्ली पर समापन और इसी के साथ ISTTP-8 एनर्जी एंड एनवायरमेंट कंजर्वेशन, ऊर्जा और पर्यावरण पर अगला ISTTP-8 जो 18 से 24 अप्रैल को किया जाएगा, उसको लॉन्च करना विद्वत समाज के साथ चला रहा हूं इस उम्मीद के साथ कि आप अच्छी संख्या में जुड़ेंगे तो सही, लेकिन विद्वानों से नहीं आते हुक्म सिंह के लिए दुनिया कॉलेज में ही आप मानवता की मनुष्यता के अच्छे से अच्छा अपना उद्बोधन, अपना रिसर्च, अपना पेपर, अपना शोध, अपना शोधित विचार 18 से 24 के बीच इस मंच से रखो। हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सेक्रेटरी डॉक्टर ममता शर्मा से संपर्क करेंगे और हमारा प्रयास होगा कि जो भी विद्वान वक्ता अपना प्रचार अपने चाहेंगे हम सब मिलने का प्रयास करें। इसी के साथ पुनः समस्त महाविद्यालय परिवार, समस्त दुनिया के वो तमाम श्रोता वक्ता और जो भी इस क्षेत्र में जैसे भी अनुभव दे रहे, सुनकर, देखकर, लिखकर, पढ़कर, उन सबको मैं कृतज्ञता व्यक्त करता हूँ, हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ और आपके आगे आशीर्वाद और सहयोग की आकांक्षा के साथ अपनी वाणी को गुलाम करता हूँ। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you so much, sir, for the kind words. That is the insight and the guidance you provide to all of us. With your words of encouragement keeps us motivated throughout, and your presence is very, very important to us. हमारा कॉलेज आप जैसे पूजा और डायरेक्ट आपका ज्ञान और हमारा मार्गदर्शन करता है और हमें बेहतर करने के लिए प्रेरित करना है। आपके बिना ये प्रशिक्षण नहीं हो सकता है। हमारा आशीर्वाद आशा करते हैं हमारे साथ। अभी आमंत्रित करती डॉक्टर विजय सिंह जी फॉर द वोट ऑफ थैंक्स और भैया राष्ट्रगान तैयार कर।
मेरा नमस्कार। आज इस प्रेसिडेंशियल फंक्शन ISTTP-7 के मुख्य अतिथि मेरे भाई महेश राय जी बहुत अच्छा प्रोग्राम रहा। मैंने उनको कई बार सुना है और मैं काफी प्रभावित हूँ उससे उनका उद्बोधन सुनकर। हमारे अध्यक्ष हमारे संरक्षक प्राचार्य डॉक्टर सिंह जी, ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सेक्रेटरी डॉक्टर मुझे शर्मा जी, मेरे वरिष्ठ साथी डॉक्टर रविकांत शर्मा जी, डॉक्टर LK शर्मा जी, डॉक्टर चंद्रभान मीना जी, प्रेस के साथीगण और अन्य समस्त कर्मचारीगण। तो सबसे पहले मैं धन्यवाद की श्रेणी में उन लोगों को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ जो फर्स्ट डे से और आज 7th डे तक लगभग 24 कंट्रीज और 2800 जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं उन सबको धन्यवाद और आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ तहे दिल से। इसके अलावा जो कीनोट स्पीकर्स हैं उन्होंने फर्स्ट डे से 7th डे तक अपने उद्बोधन दिया है, उन सबके भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। इसके अतिरिक्त उद्घाटन समारोह में पधारे जिला अध्यक्ष महोदय योगेश मिश्रा जी, सिद्ध साहब और समापन में पधारे उमेश राय जी, हमारे संरक्षक प्राचार्य डॉक्टर हुकुम सिंह जी, ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सेक्रेटरी डॉक्टर ममता शर्मा जी और मेरे समस्त विद्वान साथी जो 7 दिन तक इसमें लगे रहे और इसको सफल बनाने में सक्रिय सहयोग दिया, उन सबका मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ, उनको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ। अंत में मैं और मेरे सीवी मीना जी की तरफ से प्रिंसिपल साहब को और मैडम को धन्यवाद देता हूँ। ये हमारी ड्यूटी है कि अपने आप ये अच्छे काम में सहयोग करना, ये हमारी ड्यूटी है। इसमें लेकिन आपने जो सम्मान दिया उसके लिए आपका आभार।
With this, we come to the end of the ISTTP-7 and now we are inviting for next time. Bharat Mata ki Jai. So thank you so much. You all have been wonderful people. Do fill the feedback form. As I've told you before, you have to complete the 4 formalities, the registration, the home assignment, the attendance, and the feedback form. Sheetal, please circulate the link of the feedback in the chat box. You have been wonderful people. You have been wonderful audience. I request everyone, do kindly register. Do kindly register yourself for ISTTP-Day because we are coming with a new bouquet of keynote speakers. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day ahead. And we are meeting on the day. Bye-bye. Close the meeting. Bye everyone. Have a wonderful day from all of us.
मैडम,
ठीक है मैडम, चले